Yo, 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 yo. Welcome to another week of a good episode of Blunt Talk
Sure.
NOLA. Got another good one coming in with y'all. With as y'all seen in the title, the Detroit land bank issue and the hood tax. So it's something that's been going on. I don't know why it hasn't hit mainstream media. It popped up on my Instagram timeline, and I was just checking it out. And I decided that this would be something good for us to talk about this week, considering the land bank that the city of Detroit is using has some
Cut the
very,
checks,
very
please.
deep complications. So, first and foremost, I want to introduce myself and my co-host. I am T. Dot on the spot, your host for the evening.
Silent Child 17. The Lord, son.
Chop tracks in the building.
And that's us,
Yep,
the men of Blunt Talk NOLA. Welcome to the chat, that Gaming Pro 65, DD504. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
what's
So
good with it?
first things first, man, how y'all week been going?
Straight like a motherfucking razor. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up. That's what's up. How your week been, Chop? Well,
Shit been good. I can't
you'll get to
complain.
us when you can. Yeah, brother. Look, if you tired at the moment, bro, like just get to us when you can, But so what we got right now is a set we like to call in other news, and this ought to be good, y'all. Oh, goddamn, why am I walking this shit? There we go. So let's go ahead and get cracking with the in other news, and then we're gonna get it started.
In other news. In other news.
Okay. Um, yeah, y'all gotta excuse us. We've been noticing that there's some technical difficulties using the app right now.
Yeah, you was saying that earlier. Oh, good. Do the best you can. That's gonna get you the fight. You know, stand up for what you believe in. You don't care what they tell you. You know what I mean? You having a technical difficulty. Can I play a video then? Let me get y'all opinion on this right quick while we wait on T-Dot to get his ass on the spot. You know what I mean? Let's see what I got for y'all. Uh, uh, He got his right there. I see you. If he got his, if this is right here, let me see. Let me see. I think we got it. Yeah, P, he having technical difficulty. Hey,
Is it showing good on the inside? It just ain't nothing. Chop my video all up. What is it?
There you
Hold
go,
on, Charlie.
player. I
Let
just
me
played
see
the first.
something. You saw what happened, though, right?
Yeah, the police was
Can you
whooping
hear
his
me?
ass.
Mic check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
can you hear?
All right.
We
Now
can hear you, P. Stop saying that.
that
We
was
can hear
said
you.
to be
Make sure you can hear us.
uh, oh, okay. Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Okay, so that was supposed to be an offender being arrested on Manhattan Ave across the river today, right?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't look like the suspect was resisting or attempting to fight the officer. We don't know what led to that particular arrest, right? Maybe he got into a fight with somebody. But for the person to be on the ground, apparently not resisting, and you holding his head, his arm in the air, lifting his body up off the ground, punching him several times, and then stomping on his head while still pulling the man's arm up in the air, that says a lot as to
It's a lot of
what
resistance,
type
but they
of
say you're supposed to
officer
comply,
you
bro.
have.
What did happen? Was he resistant? What happened?
Bro,
You know
that's what
they you know how they
that's
do.
what I'm saying. It didn't look like he was resisting at that point, but still just stomping on a man's head like that.
I seen one earlier,
Like, come
motherfucker
on,
punched this
man.
motherfucker dead in his face. Big old dude. He bigger
Wow,
than both of them. He just hauled off and jabbed him. Man,
man. But
yeah,
now, my thing
that
is
was
this:
definitely
what,
a drop. A couple of them got some hits in too, huh? A couple of jabs and shit.
what on that one? It looked like the other officer that was standing nearby was, okay, that was enough. Let's just go ahead and put the cuffs on him and stuff like that. But bruh, that's too much.
Yeah, he got a couple of jabs in. Yeah, a couple of them in.
Nah, regardless of the crime, would you consider that to be excessive force? Even if it was a violent
Of
crime,
course.
like he haul off, punching somebody in the face and try to run off, or try to rob somebody at gunpoint or knife point or whatever like that. But you got the suspect. You got him in custody. You literally have the suspect in custody. Was there any need for the amount of force after the fact? The stomping on the head, the repeated punching in the face while holding the person's arm, which looked to me like that person could have been unconscious. You know what I'm saying? Like probably got tackle slammed and lost conscious on the ground. And the first thing you gonna keep saying is stop resisting. The motherfucker ain't moving at all. Shit, that's some fucked up shit. But that was
Yeah,
all I
man.
had in other news, man, because I couldn't get everything loaded in time. So if anybody else had anything for any other news, I go ahead and pass the torch so we can get this the ball game going.
Chop, you had something you want to jump off? Look, I seen it. I seen this and I got one for y'all. Hold on.
Man, you got to watch what you say when you say it. Because this is what I'm saying. Because you don't know who speaks Spanish. Yo soy cubano, ¿me entiendes? Pero yo soy cubano. Y cuando habla la gente negra, estoy hablando de mí también.
I was just saying.
Okay, but I'm just saying, you need to watch what you say.
I was just saying.
Okay, I'm just letting you know though. When you talk about people, especially black people, man, watch what you're saying. I ain't recording you. I'm recording myself. I'm recording you now. So, you know what? That's what I'm saying. They be talking that shit Spanish, thinking people don't understand their ass. Yo soy cubano. Cuando hablan la mierda de negros, estoy hablando de mí también. So when you talk about black folks in Spanish, a bunch of them understand what the fuck you're saying. No, y'all talking that nigga shit Spanish. Yo soy cubano, yo entiendo. Cuando habla esa mierda de negro.
Yo socorro. No, I won't hear that. Joe here talking that nigga shit. You got the right gay, but the wrong nigga. Damn. Gotta watch what you say, man, when you say shit around people. Yo, don't be on that type of time, man. Don't say you can't come out of pocket like that now.
And she definitely was talking some mad cash shit because she didn't even think dude knew Spanish. And from my
Okay.
understanding,
Ain't no okay now. It's socorro.
I think
Socorro.
that's one of the most messed up things I think that happens within our community is that
So you think there's an underlying racism when it comes to just the Spanish or Latino community?
yes, to a certain degree, because not all of them actually feel like some of their counterparts. You know, like they really look at people of color as you know you've been stigmatized down, looked down upon for so long that other countries and nationalities as well as people are now exhibiting their disdain or their dislike for you based on a prejudice that wasn't even theirs in the first place.
I disagree.
You disagree? Why?
Yeah, because
That's what we do on this show.
we got we got Mexican jokes. Like we fuck with them. You know what I'm saying? Like they got nigga jokes too. It's just that they say them in their own language, and you normally can't hear them. Cause we talk about them like dogs, call them wetbacks, all type of shit, and sometimes they don't understand what we be saying too. I'm not saying
I never called a Hispanic person a wetback.
that's
Like,
a lie.
never,
That's a lie.
I've
That's a
never
lie.
done that. Like,
That's a lie.
I've
That's a
never
lie.
done that, dude.
You lying.
I
You
don't.
lying. And
I
I'm
done
saying
called
you
the Chinese a Jap before, and they not Japanese.
Most
We
popular
don't know
thing is
who they
Migo.
are.
Oh, you didn't see
Migo.
Migo. You didn't made the little Mexican joke about 10 of them being in one car. You didn't did that before, right?
Maybe
Man,
the joke about the bunch of Mexicans in one car, yeah.
That's
But
stereotypes.
to
I'm not gonna
be
let them.
on a personal level with it though, like nah. That what she said had to be personal because that man instantly reacted to that. Like, hold up, bitch, who you playing
They
with?
called me and
I
Silent.
don't
We
think
were
he
trying to
talking
go get
about her.
the.
I don't
We
think he
went.
talking about him. He just
Silent
saying
went go get some
specifically. He
chicken
caught her.
off
He
of the
caught her
little
ass.
street, bro. We went go get the
Right.
chicken.
So
It wasn't like she was
Right?
making a joke.
The
You
lady
see what I'm
I
saying?
said.
caught you
Whatever it
talking
was
that
she
nigga
said,
shit.
it
What
was
you
truly
mean?
offensive.
The lady said Buta, some stupid like that, some shit like that. So Silent caught the shit. I ain't catch it. Then after he caught it, Like nigga kind of checked the lady about it, but nigga just went on about the. But we, like we actually caught somebody red-handed doing this shit before in real life. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm only saying too that we got fucking Mexican jokes, we got Chinese jokes, we got white jokes. It's definitely demeaning to them and their culture, but fuck,
White boys got their little slang too and shit
that
too.
don't make
They
them.
done changed
I'm
their
not
style up.
because that people throw that racist shit around, throw that word
Yeah,
around
they
like
subtle with
that.
it now. They don't call you outright nigga no more. Even though they
Oh,
want to, they do other shit. So everybody got their little stit out. I see what you're saying. That's
everybody
two
do
good points,
it.
fellas. Let me play it one more time for y'all. It's two good points though. Check him out. He checked the shit out of it. Chop ain't go lie, P. Dot. I agree with y'all on that one, boy. He really he
Cause she
whooped that
said
bitch
something
on it.
extremely
He whooped that
offensive,
bitch
like
clear too. You soko waro. Hold up.
Man, you got to watch what you say when you say it. Because this what I'm saying. Because you don't know who speaks Spanish. Yo soy cubano, ¿me entiendes? Pero yo soy cubano, yo soy cubano. Y cuando habla de la gente negra, estoy hablando de mí también.
I was just saying.
Okay, but I'm just saying, you need to watch what you say.
I was just saying.
Okay, I'm just letting you know though. When you talk about people, especially
look
black
how
people,
quick she
man,
went to
watch what you
speaking
say.
English though.
I ain't recording
But
you.
I'm just
I'm
saying,
recording
no,
myself. I'm
no.
recording you now. I'm recording you now. I'm recording you now. So, you know what? That's what I'm saying. They be talking that shit Spanish, thinking people don't understand their ass.
Soko waro.
Yo soy cubano. Cuando hablan la mierda de negro, tú estás hablando de mí también. So when you talk about
You
black
done
folks in
pissed him
Spanish,
off. You done pissed on God.
a bunch of them understand what the fuck you saying. No, y'all talking that nigga shit Spanish. Yo soy cubano, yo entiendo. Cuando hablas esa mierda de negro.
Trying to tell you, I'm talking that nigga shit
He
in
tried to put
Spanish.
on game, child. She supposed to take that game and run
He
with it
should
because
know
she
by
know
now.
he a OG, man. You gotta listen to the
You
OGs, man.
gotta
You know, that's
Garlic
not
and
just
understand.
pepper,
for men.
garlic and herb,
That's for
onion
women
and
too.
herb,
Y'all gotta listen to y'all OGs, man, when they try to
a
talk to
little
y'all,
black
man. Yo
pepper,
Sokoaro,
a
man.
little thyme.
But
Don't be
see,
back
one
there
thing
talking
I
that
know
nigga shit
though,
like that. Don't
You
know
know
what's
what the
going
fuck you
on.
want to say? You
Keep
ain't
out your
people
got
surroundings.
they teaching them turn that in school right now. So they like even for the Chinese people, like when you go get your nails done and you can't see that shit right, they go get one of they churn out the back, come fucking translate or whatever for 'em, because
translate for, yeah.
they're not doing all that learning the new language and all that type of shit, but they teaching their language in our schools too. So nigga gon' pick up on it. Fuck, a nigga that been
Oh,
around
for
y'all
sure.
long enough. So fuck nigga go Rosetta Stone you bitches or something. And they got Google Translate. Didn't know that shit worked that good. Like that shit worked real good. But I mean at this point, but even if he didn't have that, he when y'all go in the store, put Google Translate on, let that shit detect and make it go back in English. And you'll find out niggas be talking a lot of shit about y'all, especially the Arab. They be talking Google shit.
Yeah, boy. So it's been a big thing too. Even the Chinese, and we could keep going back, in different times and generations too. As they came over here, each o- each
Got
each of them
a
had their own little slang
you got another
too.
news after
That
this
shit
one?
crazy. Yeah, I got one more in this one.
I got one, but I need y'all to be very quiet while it's playing. I just need so everybody could get the
I got
information.
you.
But you could go ahead with
All
yours. I
right.
was there anyway.
This one here, bruh, is happening closer and closer. Things popping up. I don't know if y'all fellas heard about this, but since we talking about the Latino community, you know what I'm saying? I thought we'll keep it in that atmosphere though, fellas. You know what I mean? We got a situation that happened to this little dude we're missing, and a whole nother investigation popped out of him being missing, and it had something to do with the high school soccer head coach. Here we go.
Tonight at 6 with a one-on-one interview with a boy who says he was sexually assaulted by a local youth soccer coach. Good evening once again, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Bradley. That coach was arrested for the murder of a 13-year-old boy last week. Mario Garcia Aquino was also charged with sexually assaulting at least 2 teenagers in 2022 and 2024. And police say there may be more victims. NBC4's Karma Dickinson live with an exclusive interview with that boy who says he was one of them. Karma?
Well, yes, more than a year before youth soccer coach Mario Aquino Garcia was arrested for the murder and sexual abuse of a North Hollywood child, another teenager had sounded the alarm about the same coach. That teen shared a story with us, but we do want to warn you this report contains some graphic and disturbing details.
When Oscar Omar Hernandez was found murdered in Oxnard April 2nd, allegedly at the hands of his soccer coach, many were left asking how this was allowed to happen. No one more so than this young man.
I thought it could have been me. I thought, why couldn't the police do anything about my case? And they just left it open. And then they had to get to a teenage boy getting killed. I had to get to that point.
Speaking with the permission of his mother, the San Fernando Valley teen who's asking us to call him John also wanted us to alter his voice and not show his face to protect his privacy because of what he's about to share. He's 17 now, but he was 15 when he says he met Mario Garcia Aquino.
Like he would buy us food, drinks.
John says Garcia Aquino was also his soccer coach. He says the man befriended kids on the team, and he became close with them. That's when John was having hard times with his family, and he says Garcia Aquino offered him work. And at age 16, he went to live with Garcia Aquino and his son, first in Sylmar, then in Palmdale. He says the coach offered him drinks, but he never thought much of it.
It was an orange juice, and it made me feel tired after a while. Sleepy tired.
NBC has not verified what, if anything, was in those drinks. But in February of 2024, about a year and a half after moving in with Garcia Aquino, John says he woke up to find the coach
pulling down my shorts. And I woke up, I punched him, and then he told me it was all a joke.
He was 16 at the time, and he says it happened again.
I go to sleep. I see him like trying to pull down my shorts again, and it was like 1 a.m, so I was freaking out. I didn't know what to do. I saw my shorts backwards. I'm freaked out right now. How do you expect me to act?
John called 911 and his mother. This is video of that day, February 24th, 2024, when LA County Sheriff's deputies came to the home. John says Garcia Aquino had run away. The sheriff's deputy sent John to the hospital. He showed us the discharge paperwork showing the emergency room doctor diagnosis of sexual assault of an adolescent, positive urine screen for an unspecified drug, and toxic encephalopathy, meaning an impaired brain function. But John says he's unaware of the law enforcement investigation going any further than that.
They called me speaking about it, but they just said that it was most likely going to be an open case.
Authorities eventually arrested Garcia Aquino for this crime, but they did so just last week, more than 1 year after John reported the assault. A year in which the 43-year-old Garcia Aquino continued to coach boys soccer. The assault arrest also came after Aquino was already questioned in Oscar Omar Hernandez's disappearance. The 13-year-old had gone to visit Garcia Aquino at his home and was found dead 5 days later.
When what happens, it feels like I got ignored. Like if I wasn't a human being, that doesn't sit right with me. What if I'm not here right now? I could have been that 13-year-old boy.
And NBC4 continues to push for answers from the LA County Sheriff's Department about those cases. Today, they declined to comment on any of the aspects of the timeline of this investigation, saying it has been forwarded to the district attorney's office. Tuesday, though, the DA's office told NBC4 that the 2024 assault case was under investigation until March 25th of this year. That's about a week before Oscar Omar Hernandez was found dead. Garcia Aquino is now charged with the death of Hernandez, the assault of John in 2024, and with another sexual assault of a minor in 2022. That charged just last week.
I swear this is your fault.
That nigga hotter than fish grease. Sheesh.
That nigga been busy.
Yeah,
So
that's why I wanted to
they
just play
were
it all at once,
eating.
fellas, because I ain't wanted to, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot to break down. So whatever y'all soaked in, I ain't tripping.
So what I was about to ask is this. So they didn't start the true investigation into this man until that 13-year-old got killed. Is that what I heard? Even though they already had something to go with, knowing that the hospital reports showed that the person had been sexually assaulted, they had evidence of said sexual assault by DNA from urine and so on and so forth. And you just now starting the actual investigation after a 13-year-old got killed. Is that what I heard?
You saying somebody slipping?
Not
Somebody
that
ain't doing their
somebody's
job?
slipping.
I
They're
definitely
not.
think, but the child should have never been staying with him.
None of them. And that's the other thing, right? But I want to go back to the fact that the first person that reported something to the police did a partial investigation, and being that they could
So wait.
ascertain.
So when they did the investigation, the shit happened when he was 15, but he was telling them uh when he was 17 what happened, basically.
No, when the shit happened, he the first time he thought nothing of it. Remember, he said the first time I thought nothing of it because he said it was just playing.
Yeah,
The
they
next
reported the
time it
first
happened
one,
when he was
Chop.
15,
He's saying it was already papers when the age that it
a
happened,
paper trail.
basically. But they, like you said, dude, he
Oh,
still was around him. He still was around him though after that too though. So you see what I'm saying? Not going against your point,
so are
just
they trying to look at
putting the
it? So,
details with both of y'all, what y'all talking about.
so what they trying to say is, being that he didn't say nothing when he was 15, he was a willing participant until he turned 60.
I'm not
No,
saying
I don't think. Oh my bad. Go ahead,
I
man.
just was trying to see, you know, like the timeline of it. Like did he say that shit at 15? Is that recording at 15 or is that recording that when he was 17 after it happened? The only reason I said that was because the police might try to go with that narrative or whatever and say these things. But one thing I can say, and I'm not saying this to be mean or
He
nothing.
had an open case and started teaching soccer with children. How? Um. Woo.
He was a soccer coach
Yeah,
then.
that's a tough one, schoolboy. Go ahead, child. Though. My bad.
Yeah, but that was my main point, like because the school definitely had to hide the fact that he was doing that or he done that. So
Unless this was something that was outside of school extracurricular activities.
Do you give them rehabilitation points, like knowing that they got that on their record, but you know they want to teach soccer and they come in there with this good story and get the job? Is they doing that type of shit, or they like, well, because you got this on your record, you can't
bullshit because they got people that got
get to
less than
school?
shit on their record that can't get jobs.
It's a good point.
So somebody showing favoritism.
Why is it that he was able to get past the red tape? Them bitches will fire you for failing a drug test.
Smoking,
Well, probably
You
not in
notice a
California.
lot of these
smoking a
teachers
blunt.
been having sex with these in relations with these little boys and shit too. So it been both ways around with a lot of cases that we actually talked about too, y'all. So that's a great point. That's all I had though, y'all.
I got a few of them. The first one is a listener. Like you gotta listen, though. If you don't listen, you gonna miss something. We're gonna be talking while
You
you
gotta
trying to ask
listen.
a question. We're gonna be talking while you're asking the question
There
that
you
you
go.
need
You
to.
talking already, Peter, man. Shh.
You're gonna be talking while you asking the question that you need the answer to.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Just shut the fuck
This
up.
one must be
He is.
damn
Listen, just listen, because it's a lot. But it's I should have waited and did this one last, but well, let me turn the music down. Well, this shit.
good.
Shoot, that's 10. Put that at like 10.
Be jamming in the background.
But y'all see what they say though, you know, so y'all can
Two-stepping,
keep
listening
y'all
to music.
brain ready, bro. Y'all can see what
Jacob and them.
y'all see what
Okay.
it's
Jacob Rothschild, my family created Israel.
See what I be trying
Uh-oh.
to tell people is
Don't.
what I be trying to tell people is a lot of what happened is in treaties. People be so they don't. A lot of people don't read treaties. If you read the treaties between the people that was conquering and the people that was already on the land, read that, and it's like you'll get more context into what actually happened all those years ago and all that type of shit. Because shit was negotiated. Shit was more planned than we think it was. So um let's just please pay attention.
Yeah,
It's
I stand
crazy.
I stand behind that.
What?
Jewish history, and it begins with 3 words. Dear Lord Rothschild.
Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet.
Why was it that this letter was sent by the Foreign Secretary to your great-uncle Walter?
It's an interesting question because it was primarily a movement from Eastern Europe, but they didn't clarify who was in charge of that movement. And in addition, it was, after all, in Great Britain. So they felt that the Rothschild family should be the one to whom it was addressed. And Walter was Lord Rothschild, and he was a Zionist. And those really are the background reasons.
So Walter received the Balfour Declaration, and I have a copy here. And I wonder if I could possibly ask you to read it for us.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. I'm going to put on my spectacles to make sure I read it accurately. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people.
You're on mute if you're talking.
I wanted to zoom it in a little bit because he gonna read it, but I won't read it, so we can take our time and read it or whatever. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people.
You see, that bit is Palestine. That bit
Okay.
is them. Hey, them, yeah.
All right. Let me see. And will use their best endeavors to facilitate and the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political statutes enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I'm gonna let him read it now.
And will use their best endeavors to...
Basically, if people paying attention, they telling you that it was no motherfucking Israel. It wasn't there until America got involved. Y'all heard me say that, right?
Yeah, Palestine. They moved the Jewish people into Palestine. they basically use their Palestine nation as a home for
Mhm.
them and other areas as well as America. Just to add on a little seasoning to you, what you was talking about.
Facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing should be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political.
Oh shit, what happened? Well, the bitch just stopped playing. Did we get kicked? Did something crazy happen? Can you hear me?
Oh man, we could
Yeah,
definitely
we
hear
could
you,
hear you
play.
shout.
Yeah, that bitch just stopped. It did. We seeing what you seeing, man.
They
Let me
fucking
see.
with it.
November 2nd, 1917.
Following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinet.
Why was it that this letter was sent by the Foreign Secretary to your great-uncle Walter?
It's an interesting question because it was primarily a movement from Eastern Europe, but they didn't clarify who was in charge of that movement. And in addition, it was, after all, in Great Britain. So they felt that the Rothschild family should be the one to whom it was addressed. And Walter was Lord Rothschild, and he was a Zionist. And those really are the background reasons.
So Walter received the Balfour Declaration, and I have a copy here. And I wonder if I could possibly ask you to read it for us.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. I'm going to put on my spectacles to make sure I read it accurately. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing should be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political.
Yeah, it stopped again.
I don't
It
think
stopped
they
right there
want that
again, too.
part to be heard.
Damn.
Even though it's there to be read, I don't think they
Enjoyed
want
by them people
that
is
part to
any other
actually be
So the
heard.
bottom part of that
is
letter is
any
the
other country.
That's the question. Like, what's the rest of the letter? But like I said, I'm pretty sure people could look these treaties up and all this type of stuff or whatever. But that was just one of my things for in other news or whatever. So people don't be thinking, people be conspiracy theories
Hold
that
on, y'all.
Israel wasn't here and where it came from and all this, that, and the third. That probably fuck a whole bunch of people religions up. Straight up. Like, fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, because remember, they was sharing it with the Muslims as well. Them people believed in that too. A lot of them as well. Not saying they didn't have other religions, but that was the larger group as well as, them, like they say, being brought over there as well. So, or even coming over there looking at it from, from World War I and a lot of events that happened around that time. So, it's right there. The proof is in the pudding, as they say.
P got to hold up. We gonna move forward. We going with this one. They talking about giving the guns back to the felons, dog. They trying to reinstate them laws for them. I think they did something for them for the voting. So I think now they trying to do that. And I seen an officer go to jail for taking somebody's gun. Cause
Yeah, I'm back.
New Orleans, that's a bad thing. Like, you could go to jail with your legal gun, and them bitches will take it. Like, literally take it, and the bitch in your
Especially if you
name and
got a
all
gun that is like.
that. Nah, that bitch could be in your name and all that. They not getting that bitch back. I know personal experiences. I didn't seen people get their shit back, but I know niggas that ain't never get their shit back, and I know niggas that didn't talk to people at the damn court's office, and the court, and them people tell you straight up they don't give guns back.
But That's a fucked up thing
Right.
to have
Not
happen,
right. It's not right.
considering the fact that I am a legally permitted to carry a firearm to protect myself and others around me. And
But
you
guess
telling
what?
me the people
I'm a
who
police
are
officer.
supposed to be here
I'm a
to
police
preserve
officer.
and protect
Let me make that
y'all,
make sense for you right quick. I'm a police officer. I didn't pull you over. I got a Taurus and you got a Glock. I'm taking your gun. The fuck? That's my gun now. See what I'm saying? Whatever charge I gotta make sure you get, you gonna get. So we could put this gun in evidence so you can never see that motherfucker again.
We have talked about
this is
cases
why
as
I
well as the
believe in
Rampart
having.
division about them going to them goddamn evidence lockers. They like going in them
This
motherfuckers.
is
Get all kind of
this
shit
is
on.
why I believe that everybody, when you, if you have the money to do this, invest in audio and visual equipment that can be placed in your vehicle, like mini micro cameras, microphones all around
Not as
that
high as you
motherfucker
think, dude. It's not as
that
high
can
as you
watch you while you driving, both
cheaper.
front, back, side to side. That way they can't say, "Oh well, I saw you do this." No, bitch, you ain't see me do shit. Cause they just had something I saw the other day, and you know what? I should have saved that shit. They said, you know how the police be telling you, uh, I smell marijuana in the vehicle. I need to search. One of them courts up north say, nah, my nigga, you can't even come with that lie no more. Just detecting or saying you smell marijuana is not grounds for a search.
That's in Louisiana too. What are you talking about?
Oh,
They
okay.
passed
I
that
thought
out
I
here
was.
yeah, recently, probably a few
Cause
months back.
that's one of the
I'm
lines
not
that you go with.
a
Oh, I
not
detect the presence
talk
of
about it.
marijuana. Nigga,
Right?
what?
Sure, whenever they did. Yeah, you can't. They can't fuck with you because they smell marijuana. They can't search the car. None of that shit. Now, if you tell them you got a burner, and or you tell them they got weed in the car, that's a different story. You know what I'm saying? But just off the scent or smelling the weed, they can't pull you over.
Yeah, I just
That's
seen them
Or they
in
can't
Georgia
search.
fuck with
They
Benny the
can pull you
Butcher with
over, but they
that.
can't search.
In Georgia. I know Georgia don't play that shit. That boy had I think he had like a go. He had just finished and shit. And they used that line, that the weed shit. And
shouldn't.
he
Oh
said, well,
yeah,
you know it's illegal.
I
It's
detect the
illegal, and
presence
you know
of
they hit
marijuana
him
in
with
the
that.
vehicle.
Yeah, certain states is like that, but like Chap said, Louisiana,
yeah.
you
It
say
ain't
they
like
not
that.
like that, huh?
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
They can't do that no more.
certain yeah, certain states they hit your ass, but certain states, yeah, they that shit,
Like
you know, they got that shit on.
I go to Georgia frequently. Boy, you ain't never gonna catch me with no weed in the car in Georgia. Ever. Wherever, like if not wherever I'm going at, it might, some guards might be rolled up there or something, but in the car, like just smoking in the state, fuck no.
Yeah,
Fuck no.
that boy had a blunt. That bitch was gone and everything.
Man, nigga be thinking
They
that shit
pulled him
cool.
over
Man. Gotta
and gave him the
stop that
ticket and
shit.
shit. It was
Yeah,
really the chick though. So it was, you know how the little police cam shit. Yeah, posted it online and shit.
yo, cause see, you
See,
know
yeah,
what
damn, I
happened?
say, damn,
I
Georgia
fuck
don't
with
play
Freddie.
that shit, boy.
I fuck
The
with
joke.
Freddie. You know what I'm saying? But what I know is people gonna see it and they gonna say police fucking with a nigga. It's Georgia, bro. You gonna go and Gretna and roll your windows down and smoke
Yeah, that's
or
my
have them
point.
bitches?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? You gonna do that in JP? No, you're not. You might do it in
Yeah, I
Orleans.
done seen motherfuckers. I done seen motherfuckers like hold blunts and stand in St. Bernard Parish and smoke, but they don't be
Not doing it in
so
St. Bernard.
obviously they do it. You know what I'm saying?
No, no,
it's
son.
certain
No, I'm
times you
saying
gotta,
they do it in
certain
such a
times you
way
gotta
that they
smoke.
not
If you're gonna be
obvious.
That's not
traveling,
It's
If you're
not
gonna be
being
traveling, Benny
scary.
the
It's
Butcher
not.
is a he's a known artist. So if you're
Yeah,
gonna be
they gonna
traveling,
get
you
you.
do supposed to
You
take
he
certain
watched the
precautions.
videos
Just looking at it from that perspective.
when he watched the videos of Boosie every time Boosie
It
got
was a
caught
little blunt,
out
but
there.
yeah, but yeah.
Every time Boosie fucking get on the
They
interstate, they
still
catch
took the
him on
time to harass him and shit, waiting on
it.
him
They
to fuck
gonna
up,
do it every
do
time.
something crazy.
They got
Yeah.
you think they got fucking real jails out here. They got a few of them bitches in Georgia.
Man, they were just talking about the fucking Arizona jail, bruh. Motherfucker, see that bitch ain't no joke. But I don't know if that's the toughest one for the men. But they were talking about that bitch something serious for them girls, boy.
Yeah,
I
I
was just
think I
watching some shit
know.
about that shit.
Yeah, I think I know somebody out there from New Orleans that's in one of them jails, an older nigga. I think but he on a murder charge, I think. But he out there, I think. I don't know what jail or none of that, but I just allegedly heard that. I don't know if I'm
You think
saying
them bitches worse than the Mississippi jails? Cause they say it's tore up down there and shit too.
I
Jordan
think
and shit.
I think all them jails is bad because the COs really run the motherfuckers. If that makes sense. Like nothing
Fucking
ain't
right.
gonna get up to the
I'm better
CO.
goddamn warden running
What
that
the
bitch
fuck
like
to
it's
the
little
warden? Like this shit
candy
ain't going.
land.
No, man. You can't even make you can't make complaints. Like you gotta deal with a lot of shit that just is what it is. Like you really just in that
Yeah.
bitch for your time till you be able to get out of there. Like you ain't in there to see how you feel and all
They be
that
talking about
shit.
proper medication and all that too, chap. They be holding back from them people. Yeah, I
I'm
heard
pretty sure they
that's a
do, dog.
growing thing too. Yeah,
And that's like
they say
niggas
it's
come
crazy. It's
home
crazy now. Like
and,
nobody don't give a fuck
and
type shit.
in jail,
You
all
just
your
in there, like
dental
you
work,
said.
all your hospital
Yeah,
work.
that too. They say they just pulling them motherfuckers. They ain't that's what you see. Or they ain't looking at your shit. You'll be in that motherfucker.
Man,
Yeah,
that's
bro.
crazy, dog. Nigga
I just
nigga
heard. You
been
right,
come
son.
out that bitch whole healthy with a whole healthy mouth, but y'all ain't gonna do
That
it
60-day
because
jail shit and all that shit. That should be
man,
good too. Y'all
I
peep that
watched
shit out
it,
too. I
dog.
don't
Just
people be
go
checking that
about
shit out.
life the right way, bro.
Yes,
Go
sir.
about life the right way, bro.
The best way the fuck you can from whatever
Please, bro.
you've been given.
I don't
Yeah,
want
whatever
to see
hand you've
nobody
been
go to
dealt.
jail, bro. Dog, I got a cousin right
I
now,
don't want to
son.
see nobody in the
This
grave,
man
man.
has
Live as
been
long
in
as you can,
jail.
man.
This man has been in jail as longer than niggas done been on jobs, man. Like
That's
literally, bro. That shit is crazy, bro. Cause once you
been
get in that
in
man's
more than
jail,
out, huh?
it's like you really that's you. That's comfort. That's what you know it is. That's how you take care of yourself. If you can't take care of yourself in this world and it's hard, people putting that pressure on you. You know one thing, I go right back here. This how it's gonna be.
Three good meals a day. I ain't gotta worry about paying no rent, paying no light bill, paying no water bill. I
I ain't
just
got
turn
no
my
A
TV
lot of
children.
off
these little
at a
kids
You
a
certain
little
know,
time.
we hear
softer
the
too, y'all.
stories.
So
We hear the stories about the children. You
they
know, the
they
fatherless
Xing themselves out.
children that be in jail. You know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of them niggas that don't even get to have children before they get to jail and just be in that bitch. Career criminals and shit. Keep getting caught, like just doing dumb shit. Get out and like the police give you a chance. They gave this boy a chance in Georgia. Caught him slipping and sent him home. Fuck you think they did the next time they caught him? Up the river you go,
All
my
right,
brother.
bro. All right, bro. Look, now we gotta take care of
Temperatures like
business.
100 degrees. Don't
Shit,
shake
what
and
the fuck?
bang.
All you can do is feel bad. You know what I'm
What
saying? I
happened to my
know.
master plan?
Shit. Fuck. And no matter how much money you make, you could make it, and guess what? He
Tell
go
me
he gonna
that
do some
I
dumb
get
shit. No matter how much money you make,
I
can't buy your
fly,
way out of mental health, bro.
I
Can't do it.
fly.
You got to do the shit.
Bro, these little kids is losing it, bro. You know, I'm gonna keep the party going, child, because I'm
Wait.
The Justice Department is releasing plans to create a process for those with criminal convictions to restore their gun rights. So this decision sparking alarm that it will return firearms to those of convicted violent crimes. The interim rule follows an executive order from President Donald Trump last month directing a review of the country's gun restrictions to assess any ongoing infringements. Let's bring in our chief legal analyst, Clive Rhodes, to this conversation. Lots to discuss here because restoring gun rights to those who have been convicted of violent crimes, laying out the argument here for us, you know, it says that a lot of people are concerned. Why?
Well, I mean, there's arguments for both sides in this situation. You have on the one side folks that are saying that the government should not be infringing on folks' constitutional rights to bear arms. And on the other side, you have folks that are saying there needs to be some common sense legislation and regulations, specifically rulemaking process that actually limits folks that can have guns. In this situation, you're talking about people convicted of felonies, but in all other instances, you're talking about folks that are domestic violence, people that have prior drug use. That was the Hunter Biden situation when attempting to get a firearm.
Say that versus saying felon. You see what I'm saying?
Word salads.
Say that versus saying all that shit.
Nah, I'm gonna ask you a
first.
question, Sha.
You know what
Can
I'm
I ask you
saying?
a question? Why say it that way? And what does
And then
that
double
sound
back
like
and
when
say
you
what
hear
you
him say it
saying.
that way he said it?
You basically, all right. You said what
Why
was
not say it that way?
politically.
And why?
You
Yeah, go
said
ahead. My
what
bad.
you said what was politically correct. You said what you think most people hear when they say that, right? Because when you hear
Politician type
felon,
shit. Yeah.
when you hear felon, you hear
You could have
no
a
gun.
felony that's
Right?
a non-violent
Like a
felony.
thumbtack. Like you got stuck with a
Felon,
thumbtack.
no
Like
gun, no gun. You can't have it.
till a
He a
pinch
felon?
to it.
Don't matter what the fuck he did. You know what I'm saying? The nigga could have had a felony battery charge from whipping somebody ass, like beating them to a pulp type shit.
He could have been laundering money or something like that. It had nothing to do with violence. You know,
That's what
you
I'm
could get a
saying. What
felon
about
from.
the people
Could have
that
been
have
any
a
of that. You know
non-violent
what I'm
felony?
saying? But if it's a
No,
felony,
I'm adding
period,
on. I'm
it could
adding
be
on
a
to your shit. That's
gambling,
all,
it could
child.
be gambling, any fucking.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. Yep.
If it's a felony,
It's
you
cr-
can't have a gun. Now, if you a
That's what people
domestic
was having a
violence
problem with the
person and you
with the
had a
voting
gun
shit.
charge and you did domestic violence with a gun, oh no, you can't have a gun.
Then
Stupid.
okay, why is it so hard for them
You
to
can't
regulate
have a
that type
gun.
of shit? They don't have no chop. They don't have no AI to weed and wash that shit. Like what you just said. They
Son,
make an AI for every fucking thing else. Why they don't have an AI to wash that shit out? Oh, round, you got the charge. Bam, bam, bam. Hit the button on his ass. And you see what I'm saying? Put the regulation. What the fuck, dog? You see what I'm saying? Chop, that's so perfect what you just said, dog. Like, that's common fucking sense, dog. So why is it all this? Thank
The
you.
law don't
Why is
work
this
on common
game?
sense, though.
What is this game they fucking playing with the American people, dog? I gotta know that from y'all.
I think the game is don't fucking give the guns to the goddamn the felons. So the more all right, well, see, I'm not saying the felons. And see, this is
I'm like this. If you served your time, right?
Wait,
Whether
no,
it
wait,
be
let me
a
finish.
violent
Wait, let me
event
finish
or a
my point.
non-violent.
Wait, listen.
Go ahead.
Before the story was keep the guns out the niggas' hands, right? The black people, not the Mexicans, not the white people, not the Italians, the niggas. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna lock the niggas up, especially the aggressive niggas. And when they get home, now we didn't took their guns from them, but they still got guns out there. So it's like you're gonna wind up getting killed. So you didn't came home from jail, you didn't kill somebody, but you didn't came home. You can't get a gun. The niggas know you didn't came home. You an easy target now, right?
Democrats, you knew that was y'all, huh? That set that in place. Go ahead, Trump.
You an easy target now, right? That just make more sense, right? So now if you ain't got no people that's gonna be with you that's got guns, you're a fucking dead man, basically.
They can just burn crosses on your lawn.
You can never get with the people and get them to think how you think either, because we know you'll kill, and they don't want people to be able to. They don't want people to think like that.
Be scared, nigga. Just be scared.
Is the extreme. That's like they even got it to where the laws got it to where the person that's trying to kill you,
we gonna come help you.
If you don't kill them right while they trying to kill you, you gonna go your ass to jail.
Government said, we got you, though. Man, a nigga trying to steal out your house, don't hit him with the bat in his back of his fucking head while he running out there, bitch. We got you.
You see what I'm saying, P-Dot?
Let him run off on your shit.
You mean to tell me a nigga could break in my house and do something to one of my children or my wife, run out the house?
Mm-hmm.
Once he get out the house, I can't fuck with him.
Mm-hmm. You feel me, Chap? That's why I said that shit. Exactly, bro. What's going on? Yeah, is that what the law say? That what the law say?
That's what that shit makes sense.
You literally gotta have them in
some dirty
the
motherfucker.
house.
They gotta have you in their jail. They gotta have you in their jail. This where the money come in at, y'all.
In order for you to see any type of retribution,
you gotta go to court and everything. That's even more money. Knowing you innocent.
Nobody that unless you train to do this shit, bro. Nobody got that kind of nerves.
What? To kill an intruder in their house?
No, bitch, to let him get out and don't go get him.
Oh shit, no.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm gonna run you down, sir. The fuck?
Run you over.
I'm not about to. What you mean?
You gonna be hiding in them bushes a long time. The block to the car behind there, somebody getting run over.
You can't even tie his ass up and wait for the police. Can't even do that.
And cause you be thinking that in your head too, yeah, on some vigilante shit, like I tied the nigga, shoot the nigga in his leg and tie his ass up and shit. But you
do that.
Like you said, Chap, you just making head movies out of some shit. You don't know how you gonna respond in them type of situations and what's gonna actually happen, and you know.
And you gonna go to jail.
And you gotta go to jail. Yep. You gotta go through the process. And that's the part I'm talking about.
You gotta damn near be under the, facing, the person gotta be facing you. They can't
have all that on report too. He put his gun down. He complied.
Acting like they was trying
went down.
If he was acting like they was trying to leave, you basically gotta leave him alone.
That's what they told you. That's what they told you.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Them white people.
People of y'all listening. Blood Talk trying to told you. He tried to told you. I don't give a damn where yet. I'm trying to told you. Unless you're a Mormon or something.
I got children and a wife that'll come out the back and won't fuck something up. They gon', especially if you're caught, they gonna want to swing or do something. So I gotta hold all them back and myself back at the same time.
And let you go. You ain't going nowhere.
You're my black brother, strong brother. We love you, super brother.
Is you serious?
I'm just saying, bro. Niggas better pray to God. The motherfucker. I'm like this. You would better.
We on it tonight.
I'm about to go to jail for protecting myself. Is what we talking about.
I know they ain't got no crime cam on my block. And I know my motherfucking neighbors ain't got no motherfucking with them doorbell cameras and shit.
Yeah.
You was fucked up. I'm sorry. You're not gonna get away.
All right. Allegedly. Allegedly, people. Allegedly. Fucking circumstantially. Something like that. fuck. P. Dot does not know what he's talking about. He's
bullshit.
It's the opinion.
I wouldn't give a fuck. You
It's
come
the
in my
opinion.
shit,
It's not a
if you
fact.
ain't got no
It's your
cameras around
opinion.
this bitch,
It's your
you
opinion.
got. I'm gonna say you trying to
That's
rob me on the street.
opinionated, P. That is definitely
That's your
opinionated.
opinion. That's his opinion. Because I'm gonna let you run, then I'm gonna clip you and beat the fuck out to bring you back in the house. But at the end of the day, all right, let's press play.
And so
Like
a number
Saving
of
Private
things are put in
Ryan.
place
Look.
by the ATF to ensure that folks that check one of those boxes, either a violent crime, either a domestic violence, or someone that is on drugs or had drug use issues in the past, don't have guns fall into their hands. And so that's why these regulations have been put in place. I should say these rules have been put in place to try to deter and stop folks from having guns in their hands. On the other side, folks are saying, look, in any type of regulation that stops folks from getting access to guns is a bad idea. And right now, that fight has been going on for a long time. And this is the president saying, I want to get an examination of that in February. And today, this rule, interim rule, is something that the ATF is saying, as they'll go forward, will be the new rule.
So the DOJ now, under this proposal, they were
see.
very specific about who this would benefit. Explain that a little bit.
I mean, you're talking about folks with violent crimes. I mean, this is it's as specific as
No,
you can
but
get. At the end
DOJ
of the
got to
day,
get on their shit,
these
though.
This man sick. He making me bald head.
But DOJ got to get on their shit too, though. I get what he's saying, but DOJ got to get on their shit. You can't just look at it from the gun holder.
So
He looking at it
basically,
from one perspective. He's
saying
just only
is
saying it.
that
Yeah.
the people from violent crimes, or we just named a whole bunch of non-violent felons. We just said that. You only focusing. You not saying it's going to benefit the people with non-violent crimes, but the people with the violent crimes, I'd rather you say that, my brother. You're not saying it like that. You saying
he just
violent
saying
crimes.
felon. He just saying complete felon. And people gonna relate that to violent crimes. People automatically relate that to violent crimes.
And all
Definitely.
they gonna hear is people with violent crimes gonna have guns. Trump then gave the guns to the people with the violent crimes.
But that's a purpose of using the media to spin it that way, right?
Good
He
point.
just said out his mouth, people with mental health problems, drug problems, we don't want the guns falling into their hands. Nigga, think about it. We don't go out and commit violent crimes like that, but they got felonies on their jacket for just being in possession of marijuana, right?
She asked him, she said, who is going to benefit? That nigga said the people with violent crimes. That's what he said. You just said that. That nigga double talking. How you can't see that? He double talking like a motherfucker, son. Listen to the nigga. She asked him, she said,
I think that what P saying too. He double. Yeah, he switching that bit. He's switching like a sissy or Toulouse.
Just said he said. He just said that shit.
Oh, he is spinning.
What the fuck?
Look, it's not just that he's just highlighting old people with violent crimes. He's slipping other words in there that
he's
most
saying the
people
little truth with it.
No, he adding in other categories, like how we just listed all of non-violent crimes, like drug-related stuff. He's adding in the drug-related stuff, felony-wise, into that same
making
category.
That seem like that shouldn't be a part of the guns too.
Yeah. If you gonna add that in, then
me and Chop talking about too as well. It's like, yeah, if you gonna say it's with felons, then you have to. Give some type of sympathy on that. We saying the same shit, fellas. I think we beat the shit out of a dead heifer.
Classes of felons.
All right, Pete.
Right? If we got to think about it, Trump is a convicted felon.
Well, let's catch the next
But
double.
they gonna keep throwing that man's name in. They gonna throw his name in like a baseball.
They
They
name
gonna
in.
keep
That's
throwing
why
his name in there.
Trump is the one that's saying, yeah, that's what got this over. Trump is
They
saying.
want him in our brain for some reason. But we gonna figure it out.
We got a president that's a convicted felon that's trying to give gun rights back to those felons. But here's the kicker. They're making it seem like it's all Trump, but they've been trying to give the felons their gun rights back. since
right? But
before Biden was in office.
hey, because guess what? That mean what his name is? That mean Hunter can't have a gun, like you was saying earlier. See how he do the
Exactly.
sentences? He go back and forth. Like, man, this nigga sick. He giving you the Republican and the Democratic perspective on it for people that's missing it. All right. Okay. I'm about to press play.
There are folks that typically, if you were convicted of a crime, you would have been barred from having access to a firearm. And now they're saying, no, you will not be barred from having access to a firearm. And so that's why I say I have mixed feelings about this, specifically as someone that defends people that are charged with these types of crimes. Once you've committed the crime, you've been sentenced,
fellas.
you've done your time, you've paid your restitution, you've been on probation, you've been on some type of post relief. This additional infringement to say, look, now you still can't vote or you can't own a firearm is an additional hurdle for you to be reintegrated into society. And so I do understand and appreciate how folks are saying, well, listen, this person is done. They've served their sentence. Restore them fully to being an American citizen. But on the other hand, I can see that there is a secondary effect of someone that has committed a crime in the past. The likelihood is now higher that they may commit a crime, specifically if the original crime was a violent crime. So I can understand and appreciate both arguments.
So also to be able to point out here, they said that no constitutional right is limitless, and they would now be screening out others. Specifically, what does that language mean? Is it kind of like what along the lines of what you just said about who should be able to have their rights?
It is. It is. I mean, and that's what the argument is. What talking about it's not limitless. Most of these gun rights advocates are saying that the president is attempting to do this unilaterally. While I think he is using his executive powers to do a number of things unilaterally, I think in this situation, this is how the administrations and agencies are supposed to work. ATF is there to formulate and promulgate rules. There should be and needs to be a rulemaking process where you have an opportunity for public citizens to comment on the proposed rulemaking change. And that process is the part that should be happening now. Here's this interim rule. These are the changes that we're thinking about making, and let us know how you feel about that. That's the problem that folks will say. If you're not having that rule-making policy discussion with everyday citizens, now you're overreaching your ability. But outside of that, I think this process is exactly how our agencies are set up. And if you rewind it months ago, the same folks that are now in power were saying the ATF doesn't have the ability to do these types of things. But
another reason why another reason why this is bad, because let's say your child, right? Let's say one of our sons, right? One of our sons then went to jail. He came home. Once he come home, he can't stay in the house with us because we got guns in the house. He could go back to jail because he round a gun that ain't even his. My cousin I was telling you about, that nigga went to jail. He went to jail. He was in the car with his sister. He was riding with her. It's her gun legally. Her gun. It ain't stolen. None of that shit. It's in the car. He in the car. To jail he go. That makes sense?
Like motherfucking Monopoly board, ain't ya?
Do that make sense? Like, no. That make no sense at all. So you mean to tell me that person cannot go back into society the way the way it was? Because now they can't even protect their home. Somebody could just come in their house and fuck clean over. They got to use a bat or a knife.
They can't use that, boy. Y'all please go watch the movie Felon. The white boy hit one of the Latinos in the back of the head with that bitch, chop. That boy went to jail and went through it, Jeremy. The movie cold as a motherfucker.
I watched that shit.
Oh, so you know what I'm talking about? Right there in the front yard, man. Right there in the front yard. I went and looked the shit up and everything. That shit true as a motherfucker. Not the story. Not the story is based off a true story because the laws are actually true as well. That's what I mean. So, yeah, I'm just amen into your shit. I'm split storing your shit right quick. Because though I already, did my little research on that shit, boy. And then when I saw that movie too, man, that shit just added on to a lot of shit that, like you said, motherfucker just gotta try to stay away from. You know what I'm saying? Oh, know your laws and know how important it is where you stay at and shit. What's going on around in your surroundings because these type of things could happen. These type of things could go on, man. Somebody breaking your car and shit. You don't catch them doing it. You know what I'm saying? And
Hey,
you can't really do nothing about it. You gotta let them get the fuck with that shit, man. Is it?
can't be around them, dog. Got to go. You gonna go to jail, bro.
Oh, I'm trying. Oh, there you go, chap. Unless you ready to go to fucking jail, you go to
Bro.
shooting that motherfucker out there and hit them bitches. The
Hard,
car
bro.
blow
Once
up
you get
like
this
on Rush Hour 2.
Hey man, unless you get your record expunged and all that, that take like 10 years, bro. Come on, dog.
Litigation and all kind of shit, P. That you know when I say litigation, P, I'm gonna wake your brain
Yeah.
up right quick. You get that hamster spinning in that motherfucker. You
Yeah, you
be caught up,
definitely.
be tied up.
There is a lot of road work ahead when it comes to, especially if you
Trying to
serve
prove
time in
yourself
the
not
actual
guilty,
prison.
huh? And what?
Yeah,
Chap, know what I'm saying?
that's why I don't
I'm just
understand
being extra
why the
dramatic with
fuck
my
they
dogs. Just
repealed the
trying to
law
bring
and
some
say,
entertainment to this shit. Cause this motherfuckers think is a game out here, yo. We
well, see,
against
that's
each
why I
other
don't understand why they repealed that
and we
law
trying
that
to
was
come
down here.
together
I don't
at the
know if y'all
same
remember
time.
that shit.
My
Yeah.
bad, P, not to
Do
cut you
y'all
off.
remember the law that had got passed down here? Shit, just like right before Katrina, I'm gonna say about 2001, 2002, where they were saying that if you catch somebody breaking into your car, you have the right to actually shoot them because your car is an extension of your home, right? Man, they repealed that shit after one incident where a nigga emptied 3 clips into a car because he saw somebody breaking in his car. Like, nigga, 1 clip was enough. Three, you just wanted to shoot. You just wanted to shoot that bitch up. That's all. But
Hey,
they
bruh, you
basically
can't tell a motherfucker
repealed
how to
that
shoot you
law.
if you gonna make
Man,
the
They
law.
no,
told that
I
nigga
gotta
All
make
fucking
sure
right. You
you.
see how
I
that
gotta make
work?
sure you not
You
moving.
see
Fuck
how that
that.
works?
I don't give a
You
damn.
see what I'm saying? Be
I got
that. You
children.
gotta that's what we gotta understand as a people, you know. And we talking about living in, these communities that's ran by these, political forces, man. They're gonna go by what is of their plan versus, what you could get out of their plan as well. So certain shit like that, when you vote on it and you make it look a certain type of way, oh, they gonna hit it. But trust me, they always got something,
on the
you know,
back end that they
on a,
willing to use.
Let me finish
you know what
them
I'm
out.
saying? Is it,
Are making the ATF do the things that they want to see done.
Colin Rhodes, we appreciate your insight. Thanks so much. The Justice Department.
All right, look, we go do. I got one more, and then I'm gonna get ready for work and get in the car, and then I'm gonna get back on when I get the car.
yeah, chap, but that's definitely a good why you getting that started though. That's definitely a good conversation. You know what I'm saying? People need to be thinking about too. Because at the same time, what if Lil Amigo had his license and shit while he was staying with Brown, his
Right.
soccer coach? Soccer coach could have got 5 to the motherfucking nuts, you hear me? You put shit in
Yeah.
my motherfucking orange juice, nigga. And my mom and them thinking they poor as a
Don't
motherfucker. I'm
know
over here.
the law is so
Ain't
wide
nobody there to
open, son.
man.
You could look at the. I looked at the goddamn thing in person, like my head supervisor. He big on hunting and all that type of shit. So he showed me one of the fucking hunting applications, son. On the application, the bitch say for you to get your hunting license, zero, just like zero to something. What the fuck you mean zero? Like, so you mean to tell me my child could just be in the belly?
Oh,
Just
you talking about the age
in the
group, you saying?
womb.
This nigga could be in the womb. And I could get him a fucking hunting license. They could get
That's
out
your
that bitch and
birthright.
be able to use a
That's why, child.
goddamn rifle.
That's your birthright.
Oh yeah.
They just make you get a license for it. That's all. I
They
think that
tell
was
us
the problem
to stay away
more than
from.
them knowing that already. They knew that already because you had to
Yeah.
hunt
I
the.
think the
Remember
problem
when
is
you
just having to get a license to
you
go
didn't
hunting.
need a government at one time, chap. You see what I'm saying?
No, man, you need to
You
know how
didn't
to
need a
use that goddamn
license to
rifle, though.
say that you could. Yeah. Think about it.
That
So
motherfucker.
now they try to regulate shit like they Warren G and motherfucking Nate Dogg. You feel me? So now you gotta have a license to show them, oh yeah, I can take my 0 to 0 to 17, 30, 50, 100-year-old motherfucker out there to go hunt. Knowing that was some old shit that we've been doing to last as a civilization, especially the mound builders, though. Remember, we the ones burnt the land and showed them bitches how to make grass so the buffalo to come to us. You know what I'm saying? They think they stealing out, man. They stealing our shit, chap. You just ain't need no license. Niggas was, niggas knew who Mounds was, you know. That's neighbor and them and shit, you know. It was on that type of time. That's why I showed y'all boy about that train shit too. Remember, they started blowing up a lot of shit. So they was taking people land at the same time when they was building them railroads with Hyman
Yep.
and them. Remember? Okay.
Blowing shit
Like
to
I said, the
smithereens.
movie
Building dams, all
Emancipation
kinds of
with Will Smith. That was his main job. His main job was blowing up the mountains. It's all connected, fellas. That's why I did that. I ain't mean to ramble, child.
My bad. I was talking on mute. I said, what you got, P, before I play this second video?
Oh no, you good. Go ahead, run it.
All right.
Important black person in the world right now is Ibrahim Traore.
Oh,
right.
Talk, please.
Burkina
Break this down slowly.
Faso, very small country in West Africa. Why is he the most important black person in the world right now? Okay. You ever wonder why Africa as a continent has been so for so long? Well, this is not debatable. This is a historical fact.
Yes.
They colonize the country, right? As colonizing the country, they have rights to all of the natural resources, and they pretty much have all of
Y'all remember the other day I told y'all,
Right.
you gotta think about what being colonized actually means. Like,
Yes, sir. Good point.
We did talk about that.
Not only us, y'all who's listening, trust me, we talk to each other because that's how we rock. But y'all in on the conversation now. Come on, listeners. Y'all, I'm telling you, give us some feedback on some of this. He dropping some shit now. I don't know if y'all know about this shit. I'm sorry. Chef, I got a hype man you, bro, on this one, bro. I got a hype man you, bro. I'm Split Star right now. Go ahead, Busta Rhymes.
My bad.
They gotta understand.
the power
They gotta
in the
know,
country.
though.
Then, when they leave and they get their quote unquote independence, they make them sign treaties, which actually still reverts all their natural resources back to their home country, mainly France.
Let's call it what it is. It's extortion.
Yeah, exactly. For pennies, right? Then what happens? You should read the book Economic Hitman. if
Free
you haven't read
labor.
it. Confessions of the Economic Hitman. This is why leadership is important and government is important. When you have a leader that steps up and says, "No, this isn't right. We want change. We want self-determination. We want to control our natural resources," like Kwame
He
Nkrumah,
dead.
the founder of Ghana. Well,
he gone.
The CIA comes and coordinates his exile and runs him out the country. He eventually dies. Or you have Patricia Lumumba in Congo,
gone,
who was killed. Who do you think orchestrated his killing? So this isn't, in my opinion, this is a historical fact. This is no emotions. That's why I'm taking my time with this, right? So what they do is that they come and they give you an option and they say, okay, you can sell out your country and give us the natural resources for cheap, and we'll make you very wealthy, you and your family.
In perpetuity.
And kings win,
Now,
and black
if you
and
refuse
African
this,
kings went along
then
with it, fellas.
we'll kill you. And some people have refused it and they got killed. And then
No
the
doubt.
people that take their take their positions are corrupt leadership propped up by the West, and they don't care about their people. They don't care about their natural resources. They sell it. They let them come rob, and it's good for business because they can get it for dollars on the cheap. They can get copper or gold, oil, you name it. And this cycle has continued since they got their quote unquote independence. And it's been a system that has continuously kept Africa in poverty on purpose, done by the Western governments, Europe, and America. Now, you have a leader like Ibrahim Traoré who takes power from a military coup from a corrupt leader that was already in power, kicks France out of the country, then it becomes a domino effect. Then Mali follows suit. Then you have all of these other countries in West Africa that was colonies of France, kicking the French out, taking control of the natural resources, paying off their debt. Well, that's dangerous because if that's a model that can be followed and duplicated, now you no longer have this economic oppression that these countries are over. Now they can actually start to move forward. But we saw somebody else try to do this before, and he didn't last. The most important.
Show y'all, I don't be just talking those shit people, bro. I do. It might lead to your debt, but it's the truth, man. I'm just being real, bro. You have to understand what colonized means. Like, once you understand that, then it's like, you see why these people dying like they be dying. The people that do be dying. Look at Gaddafi. Like, it's a lot of them that separated themselves. And, got they goddamn, tried to get their independence, and they all died. Like he said. What y'all think about that, fella?
You want to go first?
To be a martyr
Be quiet for a
is
minute.
a good thing, right? To be a martyr is a good thing, especially if you can ignite that spark that nobody can put the fire out once it's going, right? And the first person that they were showing out that they say was from Ghana was the dude that I recently came across, that little black dude, young one, that was saying, hey, we got to kick these colonizers out of our country, and did so, right? Kicked them motherfuckers out of there and took control over their natural resources. Now, what if the rest of Africa joins suit? Like, really join suit. Like, fuck this shit. All you colonizers gotta go. Chinese, French, you British, you European, all you motherfuckers gotta go. Get out of our country, go back to where the fuck you come from. Don't come back here.
China owns a lot of that stuff.
Sounds familiar though, too. Sounds like another place I know, like where I live at. I don't know.
Right? Think about it. If you kick them motherfuckers out there, I don't give a fuck what you think you own over here. Who did you buy it from? Right? Did you buy it from a corrupt leader over here? Then that's where you go get your money from. Because we kicking you the fuck out of here.
It's in the
treaties. You see what I'm saying?
Keep trying to tell you, it's in the treaties. I think I'm about to just start reading bitches, like just whole bunch of treaties.
Researching the treaties and seeing who got what, who did what. Because at the end of the day, that still shows that shows the people who have nothing to do with the treaty into the subjugation of the land.
What the fuck that was? Blah 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 blah. That's all I heard.
I'm sleepy. I said having them treaties throws the people of the land who have nothing to do with the treaty into the subjugation of the land, meaning you selling your own people into virtual slavery. Literally, you virtually selling your people into slavery.
Hey.
Because of said treaty or said whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah.
why change it if nobody catching on? What you got, Styling?
I just want to talk about them African motherfuckers who went along with the shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They be talking about what the motherfucking what the African American be doing and saying we ain't this and we ain't that, but at the same time, seem like y'all going through some shit over there too. I mean, we got paved roads and shit.
Why you get more than that?
I be seeing y'all dancing in the dirt and shit. I don't know what's going on over there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we gotta start looking at this from another perspective, fellas. Not just y'all. I'm just, speaking in general. Like, y'all trying to keep people out of this stuff. That's segregation. You was supposed to be fighting for that, so the Africans ain't with that. So okay, but then is we the same people? I don't know, because one day you're calling us Yankees. You don't want y'all African women to mess with the Yankees. So kind of like the conversation we had earlier with the stereotypes and the prejudice. It's Sucko Waddle. You know what I'm saying? It be having they little web too. So.
Yeah, they do. But
how y'all going against? No, not y'all. Look, chap, how you see? But how you gonna just blame it on the West though? That's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Oh yeah,
it was influenced. You heard them kept saying that shit though. It was influenced by the West. No fucking influence by the West. The African princes and all the people who ruled them goddamn different countries that then did business with these foreigners, French and all that other shit.
He did try to put it on.
Hey, we gonna rock with them. We gonna rock with them. And if we doing business with them, then yeah, we doing business with them. But the other ones went the other way. That's why they gone. Because they try to stand up for their country and not get that part of it. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what they did. But don't make it just seem like, oh, it was the West and you sound like you from goddamn Seattle somewhere. Come on, Ryan. What you talking about?
I forgot.
You're from the West Coast, some goddamn well, right? What are you?
He is from California.
Yeah, we know what happened to Omumba and them. They were trying to stand up for something, but do we know their whole story? No, we don't. All we gonna base it off is that. So if we gonna just base it off that, then you gotta realize how my dog was just trying to tell y'all earlier about these treaties and how shit really work. So so it is true that African kings and people of royalty and whatever else, seniority or government officials went along with shit they weren't supposed to if everybody felt the same type of way, like P. Dot was saying.
Right.
Obviously, they fucking didn't. So, on that. On that thing, you know what I'm saying, on that level, dog, I just, want to throw that out there, bro, because I hate the misinformation while you trying to prove a point about, what the Africans go through. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, that same shit happened over here, player. This is how colonization worked. Like, basically going back to your point, bro. But, I'm going to end it with that.
Yeah, that's the whole point too. That they, them niggas got they people. Like all them niggas be doing that African shit over and over. Like,
so what? Oh, we want the French out. We want we want yes.
Get the French
especially if they taking the 10 yo shit up. Yeah, what the fuck? That's what we was talking about.
Out of here, nigga.
When y'all was supposed to come get us, remember that? Ain't now one boat. Eddie Griffin had a joke about that shit.
Not
Talking about them
one boat.
African motherfuckers. Not one. You remember that bitch? B, you remember that bitch?
Not one fucking boat.
Not a nigga in a canoe came to get us. So, yeah, bro.
Because they came, I mean, there's a lot of them. It was coming. Yeah.
If it happened the way they say it happened, huh, child?
Motherfuckers
If they
could build
say
a
it
bridge
happened the
on
way it
Africa.
happened, huh? If they just stole us, do right? Think about it.
If they just
You ain't gonna go
stole
get your people?
Man, stop it.
That's what they say. That's what they said. Transatlantic slave trade.
You gonna let a nigga steal you?
These people were stolen from Africa. Kunta Kinte and the Roots told us that this happened and somebody was ruling at the time and these people just was getting snatched, bro. It was snatching them. And nobody didn't know nothing.
So they just snatched.
Yeah, bro. They don't count nobody. Nothing. They wasn't doing census back then. They wasn't counting how many people they had in the kingdom. They wasn't counting nobody. They didn't know how many sheep they had, how many bulls, how many cows. They ain't know none of that, chap. They was just living as Africans.
Man, this retarded.
I don't know if they called it 1-2, but I'm pretty sure they had some type of mathematical
shit. Just stupid.
I'm sorry, y'all. I digress. I'm sorry. I almost took myself out just now. I was trying to be serious, but it wasn't working.
It's just they want you to fall for that trick, and most people don't. I don't know many people that fall for it. Like, no more or whatever. It used to be like a popular thing to say you from Africa and shit.
I be careful with that shit though too, child, because some people be denying it, but then still say some shit on the line of still believing in it. That would be tripping me out. You ever ran across a motherfucker like that? Like, oh man, yeah, that shit ain't. Yeah, oh man, that shit crazy, man. But then talk about chakras and shit. Like, damn, bro, you just.
That's that code switching for you.
Yeah, they got a pharaoh tag on him and shit. With an onk and shit on. Hey, I'm not judging nobody. I'm just saying, you can't talk about Jesus and with an onk. That's all I'm saying, child. You can't be a Christian committed.
Or
Bumble
can you the way they blended? Or look, or can you the way they blended the shit around this motherfucker DNA?
Hey, but they making it happen. You ain't lying. But it's just making it happen. Or they try to make it the one world thing. We all been hearing about that lately. One world religion type thing. So
one world religion.
They want everybody to get along, even though they don't believe in the same stuff. But they want everybody to get along. So
that sounds like that Scientology.
Trying to make it work. Yeah, you're right too. You see what is there?
Going downhill and downhill fast.
He had a big bust with that where he was using them girls for sex slaves and shit. But yeah, go ahead, be my bad.
Wait, we did talk about that one, huh?
Yeah, he was putting brands on them and shit. He was branding them with his name and shit. Yeah, he had a couple of little celebrities and shit.
I'm trying to think. They had one big female
Nexium or Exium or something like that. Nexium
doing
or
the show where they showing
Vexium or
people
some shit.
trying to escape the Scientology community.
Oh yeah, they was they was like the new Mormons. Yeah, that Scientology hit tough. They was all in
But
black neighborhoods and
these
stuff
people
like
was
that
on
too.
some real cloak and dagger
Setting
shit
up
trying to
tents.
free them people up out of there. Man, oh man, oh
Yes,
man.
sir.
All right, folks. Now that I have fed my belly with good information and good food, it's time to start the main segment of the show.
You talk too much. Remind me, don't do nothing else with you.
The Detroit Land Bank issue and the hood cast. One of the first things I want to do is
Shout out to the
go
kids in the
ahead.
background.
That's the next thing on the list. Let me go ahead and drop this right quick. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Well, damn. Oh, here it is. Stay tuned, folks. This is the fair use. All right, all right. So let's get down to business. One of the first things I want to do is give y'all a brief description. A man built in the city of Detroit. The city of Detroit also has a program called the City of Detroit Land Bank, where people can go to the land bank. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, but take your time. Because I can't hear you. Start over when you come back. Shout out to the kids in the background. They just being children, y'all. Sorry for cursing.
All right.
They just
Mike
being
check. I got
children. Don't
something to
even
say
worry
now.
about that.
All right.
Stop asking,
So,
can we hear you, P? We can hear you. It's a
so
habit now.
with the
It's like
with the
smoking a
thing with the
cigarette at
Detroit,
this point.
yeah, I'm about to go do one of those too. So what the Detroit
I
Land
know
Bank
you
does,
need one.
it puts up properties that are considered blighted and or properties that could be rehabbed, right? They put them up for
Can
sale.
you start?
Some people,
Can you? Sorry for cutting you off. Can you start from the beginning of what the actual segment is from the beginning? Because like I said, we couldn't hear
too much
you
noise in the background.
from the beginning.
Oh, all
Yeah.
right. So the
So just give
actual
us a
segment
brief,
is
about the story. Yeah, and go back to what you was talking about, just to
all
help you
right.
out with that, brother.
So the actual segment is about uh, the Detroit Land Bank issues, but it stemmed from me seeing a video of a man who built what is called the castle in the hood, right? Like it is a very, very large home, right, for him and his family. So what wound up happening was the city of Detroit, the land bank that he bought a property from, basically took his property with no real reason to take his property, right? So I did some digging and I found that not only he, but you know, countless other people may have encountered the same issue with the Detroit City Land Bank and how their operation
And
is
let me
going.
add something too on it too when you on
Hmm.
this land too, just for the people. Just for the people, right quick, Pete. The actual property that we seen is his. The house in the back is the one that they're specifically speaking of. Because he actually is trying to buy, well, he actually was trying to buy the rest of the properties right there in that area, but then they came with that situation on a back house. So it's the actual back house that he have that's adjacent to what we originally
The
saw on
hood
your other
guy.
news.
Right.
So they're not talking about that specific space. They're talking about the other spaces. So they actually trying to stop him from uh buying up any more property, him knowing how the game go and putting people on and you know actually just doing it himself really, now that he's retired, they're giving him problems, with continuing on with his project basically. So
Yep.
is definitely more to the story when people really unfold it, because I found an actual interview that he gave this young guy that actually buy properties too, and he let
Right.
him in the building, he let him in, and they actually talked about certain things, which I'm gonna get into on my part of it, because I just want to pinpoint two things he actually talked about I thought was important. But just to add on so the people won't be confused about what's going on, it's not extra, you know what I'm saying? It's they started holding his project down basically. Like he owns all the all the front of the house, everything that we saw from your other news. It's the back
Right.
house that he's working on and shit that they're having problems with, because he also has his son and everything involved. So it's a great story, Pete. You go ahead with what you were saying, though. I just want to add that.
So let's just know because actually you finished up some of the stuff that I actually was going to get into. So I want to go ahead and get this going, and I'm gonna play the first clip that I have is is him basically giving a description about what's going on right quick because a lot of people, like he said, were misinformed or told the wrong information, but he wants to try to correct that. So I'm gonna play this for y'all and let y'all hear this right quick.
Yeah, they was actually giving him problems too online. I didn't know that part too. That was crazy to me, P.
Business and my family homes right here on Lakewood and Chalmers. What I need to share with you, it may cost me my life, and I pray that it doesn't cause any harm to my family. Inside these envelopes is the documents, and you're not gonna believe what the mayor, Mike Duggan, and the devilish Detroit Land Bank has done. They have literally taken my home.
Now that was the intro, right? He's standing in front the hood cafe, but that's not the home that he's
Right,
talking about. The home that he's
right.
talking about is the
He
one in
said
which
my
we
home.
described,
Yeah,
right?
y'all pay attention.
Because
No,
that
the
that's the
audience,
that's
y'all pay attention on the
the
replay, y'all. Y'all listening on the replay. That is
right.
that is something else right there. That shit is not a
That's,
home. So remember,
right. That's one of them.
you got to put that in
Just think about it
quotations,
like
huh,
that.
Peter?
That's
You
one
got to
of the
put
houses he
a
owns.
home, nigga. That is the, like y'all say, like they like to say, that's the castle. A castle is not
That's a passive.
a home, okay? It's just bad trying to tell y'all. So, I just want to make that, known. Just pay attention to where he's at and, understand the background of what you're actually seeing versus what he's saying, You got two ears and one mouth.
All right. So just for warning, this next video, it's a long. Well, really, all of my videos after this are pretty lengthy. So listen and listen very carefully because I want y'all to hear this. Now, the interview that Silent is talking about, I have a part of that interview, but I clipped the interview so y'all could see the actual house that he's talking about.
Hey, great minds
And
think alike
so,
sometimes, bruh. Man, deliver that shit, man. You know how it go. This is Blunt
so
Talk
check this out.
NOLA, P. Dot. Bring the smoke, man.
So this the next one for y'all right here.
Oh, he's got a beautiful home, but why don't he cut down all of them weeds and stuff and that abandoned house and all this, that, and the other? And people really don't know I'm actually rebuilding that house.
Okay.
I'm rebuilding this house because it was on the demo list for the city of Detroit. I'm actually rebuilding this.
Okay.
I'm rebuilding this as we speak.
Oh, you got scripture on that one as well.
Yeah. I'm rebuilding this one as we speak.
They got a problem, look.
So there was a period in my life I got sick. So this project got halted.
Okay.
I've been sick since November or whatever. I'm just not getting back able. But there were several comments in there about the weeds and the messed up situation. And people don't know your story, but they put the most ignorant stuff on there. I took this off the demo list and I'm trying to rebuild this back here. But like I said, I had been sick.
Yeah, P, you could have gave me the timeline. I could have recorded it for you.
Regroup and get some things done. So what ended up happening was I thank God for the haters. But that's where the real harm is being done, because really you almost was not able to do this interview today because my office and my staff said, don't do it. Look at all these hateful comments. Look at what these people are saying about this. People are talking about, breaking in, how much security he has. That my family.
Look at that. They won't break in.
My niece got on and say, Uncle Charlie, please don't have a tour over there. Don't let them people in because they know I've been shot before. They know my story. I got shot in front of Charlie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got shot in front of Charlie. They don't know my story. They really don't know this. I got shot in front of three of my children. Yo. But people are putting those hateful comments on there, and it's scaring my family, but it scared my staff, and they said, don't do it. My staff works for me.
Now, getting shot, is that something you want to elaborate on? What happened with the situation?
What we talking about? What we talking about?
It's not private, but I don't have enough time in an interview to do it right now.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what. It's actually, I wrote about it in my book. Gotcha. But also, I'll be able to share more of that. It'll have to be another setting. But those comments are really, really hateful. So really what it does, they told me to tell you to shut down all of that stuff. Just delete all of that stuff so we can go back to living a normal life and being done with it. People don't want to see that. My niece, she's got it right there. She said, please, Uncle Charlie, don't have them people over there. And you say that. But here's what the caveat of the good that comes out of there.
Here's the caveat.
Nah.
Ooh,
y'all saw the house.
No, Peter, let me just tell you one thing right quick before you just hold it right quick, P, please, but don't forget what you about to say, please, bro. Don't forget what you about to say. Don't forget what you was about to say. Don't forget what you was about to say, bruh. I'll watch this whole entire interview, brother. So
yeah,
great minds think alike. Sometimes, or when we going on certain things, bro, and we trying to present shit, it's gonna happen, Pete. So please, bro, whatever you about to say, bro, just go ahead, bro. Don't worry about not what I'm talking about. Cause trust me, bro, I did not know you found this, and you did not know I found this. Correct? No, for the people, not for me. Not for me, not for the people, right?
Look, people, just like he said, I didn't know and he didn't know. We haven't had our weekly meeting. We ain't talked none this week. The most
Hey,
we
bro, they
probably
ain't they
talked this
business
week.
and nothing about no weekly meeting. Just see what I'm saying? And why I can't
No,
do
no,
nothing with
no.
you
I'm
no
talking
more,
about as far
bro.
as the
You talk
podcast.
too
I'm talking about as
goddamn
far as
much.
this information. As far as this information right here, we
You
did
couldn't
not
just give a yes or
research
no
none
and
of
be
this.
like, yeah, be that. You
So
gotta learn how to
the
hone your
household,
powers. You
now
gotta
the
learn how
house
to
that he,
hone your powers.
the the house that he just showed y'all, and the house that we speaking of is the house that the city took. Now, look at what was
Well,
being
they didn't
done.
actually take it, Pete. They actually
Oh
told
no,
him he
no,
couldn't do
no.
nothing else to it because they were seizing it. But you see,
Okay.
he still has full access of the area. So that's just wordplay. Think about it. That's just word salad. What's going
It,
on with
it,
that
it is.
situation?
It definitely is. It
Yeah,
definitely is.
it's word salad. He wouldn't have been able to been back there. Think about it. He got his own cameras there. It's so you know just for the people, bro. Not so they won't
Mm,
think that that's something that they could wouldn't be able to do when you got that whole part gated off. Like it's already gated off. P, you saw that. He got this. The man got
right.
scriptures on each brick. Did you see that part, P?
Yeah, he did, and that's what the man was saying. You got
Ooh, I
the
love it.
scriptures written on this house. He was like, yeah.
P, I love it. I love it, P.
Nah,
I told you I
I'm
watched
gonna
it.
tell y'all. I'm gonna tell you, bro. I
Ooh,
admire the shit out of this one, and I think this is I th-
oh, they
in
hating.
the back of
Oh,
my
they
mind.
definitely hating, P. Oh, they
This
definitely.
is one
The
of
mayor's a black
the
man too.
ones you gotta think about how much haterism is in your heart as a person who works for the city that see your city
Mm-hmm.
crumbling, and
Nah, he getting
somebody say, "Well, I'm a
hands greased.
revitalize the city. I'm gonna help revitalize it. I'm gonna help rebuild some of these houses. I'm gonna help get people back
Mm-hmm.
in here. I'm gonna help get it."
No,
Cause think about
player.
it,
You
when
can't
you
do
got
none of
people
this
living
shit.
in your city, you generating revenue, jobs, taxes, so on and so forth. All of the things that every city needs.
Possibly.
You need people, right?
If you
You
trying to
need people in order
if you
to,
trying to gentrify that bitch, fucking right. Yes, sir.
right. But that's another thing that they're gonna be talking about. And I didn't put that one in there
Greasy.
because that
No, I
we
got
see
you.
that happening
I got you.
all
Grease.
across the board.
Somebody getting their palms
So
greased. Somebody on that Greek shit, P.
somebody
I'm
got
telling
their
you, bruh.
hand in the
They
crystal
putting Earl
jar,
on.
man.
P, they putting Earl on and they
Ooh,
wrestling. And they
yes, sir.
and they
Yes,
and they
sir.
trying to make it seem like this shit can't happen. And when we were just talking about tax liens being only like $1,000, $2,000, $2,500, where y'all
Yup.
could just buy these properties. We gonna get into that though, P. I just want to, let you know your dog right with you, bro. I'm in the motherfucking, passenger side, like Robin without the tights. You did.
All right. So look, this next one here. Remember that folder that he was telling y'all about? Check this out.
The air of why I keep saying my house has been taken. It's behind my gates. It's part of my estate. My estate. And someone, God told
Oh shit!
that
I didn't know I
dependent
could do
and
that.
owners enter here.
Oh fuck! Damn it!
It says,
My
take
bad,
further
y'all.
notice, individuals or entities interested in purchasing, encumbering, or conveying this property should contact the Detroit Land Bank Authority. That doesn't say contact Charles E. Brooks Jr. That shows you I have no control over it. Last time I checked, this was my home. So they went to court on the 21st, and you heard the server say, we've been to court several times. I was never served a subpoena. I was never served a blight notice in regards to that matter.
You
And
can't pause
also,
it,
I
Pete.
was never privy
I'm gonna
to
speak after if you can't.
I sure can. That's what I'm saying. I
Okay.
didn't know I could do this.
No. Look, check this out. This didn't happen before. Bruh, these
Correct.
lawyers who be looking, these lawyers and shit who be in the judicial system, bruh, that's why the DOJ is in fucking trouble right now, bruh. Because they got these motherfuckers that's just putting cases on people and putting the shit in paperwork that they done sent them subpoenas about shit to come to court, but really actually not delivering the shit to the motherfucker that they suing, P. Or saying that's a problem with whatever the fuck going on.
Uh-huh.
So guess what the judge and them is doing? The judge and them is going by the paperwork of what's been set in, and they go by that based off of what information is set. So this man gotta wait until he figure out that somebody done put a bad fucking hit on him. Ain't that, bro? That's some street shit, P. P, that's some P. These people is doing gangster moves, bro.
Yup. Old mafia style.
With a pen. With a pen. With a pen.
How they used to say, the pen is mightier than the sword, huh?
Shout out to Corey Hope on 5150. This man just talked about this shit, bro. With a situation what he had with a female. They sent him a fucking. They didn't send him. My bad. I said they sent him. They set a court date. I meant to say that they didn't even try to tell him about. It just so happened that he had private eyes and people on certain shit, to make sure shit was straight. And they come to tell him that, yeah, you got a court date, huh?
Yeah.
The man showed up and dropped all their fucking jaws. They was trying to sneak him out, Pete.
Right.
They were trying to do some shit that he had no idea what was going on, though. Through the court system to make it seem like he didn't show up for his court date.
Yeah. They'll get
same
people
situation, bro. With Lane.
No more.
See how they can use the same. Yeah, you see how they can use the same tactic, whether the game is a big fish or a little fish. You see this shit, huh?
That's right.
It's the same game though. They put the same bait on, motherfucker.
Yep. They put the same worm on the hook, cast a line, whether they catch the big fish or the little fish, they still gonna use that same fucking worm.
It's some dirty shit. It's some dirty shit, bruh. It's some dirty ass shit, bruh. And you make it seem like somebody wouldn't, do the same thing, bruh. You have to fight for your shit, bruh. You have to fight for your shit, bruh, at a certain point. Especially when you downright, bruh. Come on, bruh. Half of this shit didn't even supposed to not even make no sense. But your black mayor is not down with you. What you think about that, dude? Your black mayor is the one.
But
with
again,
the link.
That goes back to what Chop was saying about them fucking treaties. You don't know who in bed with who, and you become subjugated under the treaty because of something you ain't had nothing to do with. We don't have nothing to do with no fucking treaty. Yet and still, we keep being subjugated and made to follow rules for something we didn't agree to. How the fuck? So look at what this man going through. How I buy the property, and not a motherfucking soul under the face of this earth can't tell me that them people were not notified. Like the man said, I got shot in front of 3 of my children. Right? So when they went to send paperwork to the man for him to have to do this, to do that, if I'm in the hospital, I can't do shit.
Voted the Met in. That's what the people I'm talking about, P. The people who voted the Met in. Cause I understand his plight. I'm trying to figure out why his own people went against him. Make that make sense for me, brother. Not only the
Subjugation.
mayor, the people who voted for him thought this was a good idea to vote him in, and then to see him go against him trying to gentrify his own community.
I'm trying to not just gentrify. He wasn't trying to gentrify shit. Cause think about it.
Yes, he
He
was.
said,
No,
"I
Pete.
can't
That's what I'm
gentrify
trying to tell you.
anything." No, listen.
See?
If you really watch that video like you said you did, the man said, "I've been living here for 30 years.
Okay.
I can't
Okay.
gentrify anything if I've been living here. All I'm doing is rebuilding." Think about it. In order
The
for
people.
gentrification to
What else
happen,
he said though?
wealthy
If you
people
watch the
have to
video,
move
what
in
else he
order to
said?
force the poor
What
people
he
out.
what he said after that though? Exactly. What he said after that? The gentrified area, you're bringing in your people, right? So if black people stayed there already, wouldn't that be your people that you're bringing back to that place to build up the community? See, he like he
Yeah,
said,
but
he
the
already
difference
stayed
with
there.
but what he's saying about how gentrification is that wealthier people, way wealthier than him, right? Way more wealthier than anybody in that neighborhood, come down there and buy and move their people in, right? Their people,
Mm-hmm.
much
Mm-hmm.
more richer people, and they start buying up
Right.
property after property after property. He's not doing that. He's just trying to fix the shit up to where people could just have a place to live. He's not worried about whether you that you can afford it or not. He's just trying to put something there for people who can come there and live. He's not worrying about gentrifying the neighborhood to get the poor people out and the rich people in. He's just trying to
That's
get the
not what
neighborhood back up
gentrification
and running.
mean. Okay, so Pete, let me since you said you watched it, come on, round white. The gentrification means, like you just said, okay, what if the property goes down to where you can actually afford it? Then the people who could afford the property gentrifies the area. You see what I'm saying? The people who could afford to stay there or who could afford to get the properties are the people who gentrifies the area. That's what gentrification means. Like you just said, you don't have to be wealthy if the property is low. You're bringing your people in. That's it. So if you're from Detroit and you can afford the area, why not invest in the area when it's low enough to where it's gentrification for us, for the people that stay there? Gentrification don't mean white and wealthy. Gentrification mean whoever could afford to live in that area and they're dominant in that area. They're just like Jews, they're just like Mexicans, they're just like anything other that stays in that area, and they make a block out of that area. They buy into the properties, Peter, as whoever they is. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
Cause I listened to the man. That's what the man talking about. Gentrification is within the people, not of a status. Because remember, you gotta by their saying you gotta have money to buy houses, right? But what if them bitches was cheap enough for you to buy it? Then what? You're gonna not buy it because you still gonna buy a moniker that you can't buy it when you know you could get it by just paying the taxes on it? See? That's the part he's referring to, because that place that he built is not actually for other people. That's his family. That's his home. He's building on to other things too for his people as well. You know, he already got his son up and running and everything. I'm gonna get more
Right.
into it on my segment. I just want to let you know that
Clear that up a
it's
little bit.
not
Yeah.
the is not the justification that you think it is. And I didn't really want to, spur my segment, but he's gonna definitely get into that and back himself up. He gonna have he gonna say it for himself. What I'm telling you right now, basically.
Okay.
And and this is the mindset I think that we have to break out of when we look at that word gentrification, because remember, the buyers who could buy the shit. Now, I'm not saying crooked shit not happening with leasing officers and letting these people buy these properties up and they giving them to certain people. I'm not saying that that's not happening, P. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying that if you jump on that shit when they blighted and they fucked up and they just got little tax liens on them and shit, you feel me? Little 5,000 here, little, niggas with a little ends to go forward that, just buy that bitch up and fix it up. You
Right.
buying it back. But as long as you not thinking about that and you just thinking about what these rap niggas talk about, getting out the hood, then you're gonna invest into, these people who tell you that they rich and shit, but they just as broke as you. They're just in a different money bracket.
Yep.
But it's still broke because they gotta, they gotta still pay bills. They gotta still lease. They gotta, I'm just saying, like, it's
They still
it's the
gotta they
facade
still
of
gotta
it.
do
You
all
gotta
the same
keep it up.
things we
You have
doing just
to,
on a
yeah.
bigger
You
scale.
gotta do it.
Still gotta pay the
So to
bills,
keep
my
their
nigga.
shit, but no, not only pay the bill. Look, I need something. I need a full machine to keep this shit going to make people believe we are the richest and the most profitable.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta make them believe this. You see what I'm saying, P? So make them believe that the higher I put a price on something, is it has more a lure around it for you to buy it and shit.
Okay.
Come on, man, think about it. Just a quick point on that shit though. Not the whole, yeah, my bad, man. I'm sorry for that.
Nah,
My
you
bad.
good, you good, you good. That gave us time to get Chop Track back in the building. So I'm gonna
I was
let it
kind of
roll a little
stalling,
bit
yeah, but I
and
ain't want to say nothing. You're right.
then I'm gonna let it roll a little bit
He
and
was
then
missing in action.
I wanna try to get Chop's take on some of this to see, what he thinks. So I'm gonna let it play
Yeah, I'm a zip. Yeah, I'm finished.
Even go to court to represent myself in regards to this. So I never had a say so in it. On the 24th, the judge signed an ex parte order. And again, we mentioned here, it is hereby ordered that defendant and owners, interest holders of defendant property shall not transfer nor encumber said property without an order of this court or the stipulation of the parties. Again, I can't do anything with my home without permission of the court. So my control status and my ownership status has been taken away from me. Let's say that I want to get a loan or a mortgage to finish the work that I need to do over there, or even a construction loan. I can't do it because mortgage brokers tap in. They will not loan money on a property that has a lien on it. And this has the notice of. I ain't gonna repeat nothing.
Oh, essentially, he's right. Right? Mortgage lenders will not put money or loan money to nobody that's got a lien on their property. So you got to go back and think now, who's the motherfucker that put the lien on the property in the first place? And why did you put the lien on the property? Which means he had to have defaulted somewhere with the land bank in the city of Detroit in order for them to say, we got to put a lien on this property. Yet they're not showing any proof to him that he defaulted anyway. You taking everything and going straight to the court. They call that robo processing. That's what that shit happened with my mama. They say she defaulted, which she didn't, because the paperwork came back after all was said and done. that said she was not in default, but you done already took took a dead person to court, sued for the property, won, sold the property, and then sent the letter after all that shit was done saying, "Oh yeah, we found the information that we needed. Yeah, your mama did have insurance on the house." Well, when we were telling them that's the one thing she gonna keep on this fucking house is the insurance, just in case something happened like Katrina did, y'all didn't believe us. And so that's why he's saying for those in real estate investors or mortgage people to check in is to confirm what he's saying. I knew what he was saying when they said the word ex parte. That's like saying, oh well, they got one person that's supposed to be here that's not here. He's ex parte, not here. So this what we gonna do.
I don't have control over my home. And so that's the facts right there. That covers that right there. What I want to do, we want to jump to Lakewood since they saying that I used the backdrop to do a false advertisement. Everybody views this and takes pictures and takes reels and everything. This is my home and I can broadcast it any way I want to. And that's where we use to shoot it in the front of my driveway. What the city has done, and I'm going to show you out of the mouth of one of their own workers, it's not finished yet because the man who was building it died. And if don't nobody step up, the city gonna tear it down. I work there and it's on our list. So the content creator who created the reel said, man, that's a lie. The guy is living, he's tagged and commented on this post. The guy comes back and cleans it up and said, probably that's what we were told when we had to go out and canvass the area. Here's the rest of the post right here. Probably that's why we were told we had to canvass the area. So the guy commented back, the content creator commented, okay, got you. And you see what he said, I'm not going to repeat that. I ain't going to repeat none of them lines. But you see, I left my remark open because I came in and replied and said, that's untrue. I'm alive and well. I don't know what list you're talking about. I have been working on this for many, many years. I actually think you got some very wrong information. I got God on my side and I have no worries. This is one of the first things that did. So they're under the impression that I passed away and they're going to tear my property down. And the only reason I blacked out his name because I don't want him to get fired because he said he was under direct orders, whatever department sent them out here to canvass the area.
Ain't no
so
whatever
I don't want to see him
department.
lose his job. That's why I'm sharing that.
No,
He working under the fucking mayor.
About the assessors
Nah, he working
Right.
under the mayor.
as far as I almost literally lost the castle. And you would have been able to get this house for about $4,000 or more at the auction because the assessor removed my homestead off of my property because they said
Check it out now. This how they do. This is
that I
all
haven't
I'm
had
telling
since
y'all.
2022. Even though all of my assessments come to my property, 4234. This is for all of my properties in the city of Detroit. They come to my home, 4234, but Lakewood, but nothing from the assessor's office for 4234 for the last 2 years. Every time I would inquire about it, I go down there, they say it's on the way or whatever, and they couldn't print it off because they say a third party prints these off. So we haven't got it. But the caveat to this is that they were processing this paperwork downtown and someone, God told an angel to come to my home and tell me, hey, you need to get downtown and take care of this PRE and get down there right away. So went down there, found out what was going on, and there was a bill that $1,000 bill by them removing the PRE for 2020. Well, that had already been 4 years old, so they sent it over to the Wayne County Treasurer. By the time the Wayne County Treasurer started processing it, the city of Detroit said, no, he owes for 2020, 21, 22, and 23. And they sent those tax rolls over to the Wayne County Treasurer. So we ended up owing in excess of $4,000. And I immediately paid that to get it back from the Wayne County Treasurer. So we snatched the castle back from the Treasurer and we paid that. And then I have to appeal to the Michigan Tribunal so that they can do their due diligence because they're the overseer, from my understanding, of the assessor's office. And I just want to clear the air on those two matters or whatever. So we don't have to keep providing this false information like I'm looking for attention and I'm trying to look for a wife and I'm doing all this. I've been happily married for 31 years, almost 31 years with my wife. And we got a beautiful family who supported me. And also we got a beautiful community that appreciates what I've done.
Nah, I like I said, that was pretty lengthy, and I know it was a lot.
Tell the truth, brother. Tell the truth, brother.
Nah,
You bringing it down, bro. He just letting
when
you
you
know what's
think
going
about
on.
exactly what he said in layman's terms, what they were doing, all of the assessments that he showed y'all in that stack were the assessments sent directly to the house, right? All of those assessments were sent, but the one for the house on Chalmers Street was the one that went to an old post office box that he had used since 2022. So they knew that, right? Why would you send all of the assessments for all the properties he got to the main residence and send them one for Chalmers Street somewhere else to a post office box that he wasn't even using? At which point, that post office box is gonna get a note. You're gonna stamp that and say "Return to sender," right? So they're gonna take that and say, "Oh well, he not replying to our request. How can he reply when you not sending it to the right address? You send everything else to this address, but you don't send that one over there. So what is it about that particular house that y'all don't want him to get that? Because if he gets that, in my mind, he has the monopoly of that block. He already got the monopoly of it in my mindset. When you look at that big ass fucking the castle, right? That
He
is
putting other people
essentially
on too.
right. You see what I'm saying?
He telling
That
other
house
people,
right
yeah, they
there,
got that for low. They got that for low because it's a lot of abandoned,
a
abolished
lot of
houses
property.
that
And
yeah,
bro, think
they
about it.
just
If they
sitting
say
on
you
it.
could get that property for as little as $1,000,
I told you, Pete, they don't
nah,
want that shit to be built up, bro. I told you they want that bitch to be a traffic area. They just want shit to come through there, dog. I'm telling you. And the
they
less
got
casualties they have, the less is gonna, the less is gonna stay out the news and shit.
right, right.
You see what
That's
I'm
true.
saying?
That too.
Like for shit. Look, if you just, if you got just a gang running that bitch, you know, and remember that shit is also ran by the police. That's ran by the mayor. That's ran by the governor and all that. Man, it's a trickle down effect, but they don't want people to just look at it from that perspective. That's just my opinion and my point of view of it. Because ain't no way
Right,
you have this much problems with this man doing this, knowing that area is blighted the way it is. Now they had other people that did little videos on the property right across the street. They got abandoned steel mill. They got abandoned hotel. They got a abandoned house right across the street with buku land.
right, right.
How much are those properties going for? At the same time that people could build whatever they want to build on it too. And
That's right.
I think that's what the man was talking about basically, with the basically with the state and shit. Like how long do they have to wait before they actually want to do what they want to do to it? And why are they waiting so long if they have, the money to just buy it themselves? Why they not buying it yet then too? People not thinking about that. Pop's
Hmm.
telling you the shit for cheap right now. You can just pay the taxes on it, right? So why the
That's it.
city, knowing that,
Get
is
it while it's
not
getting
buying it?
good.
Why them bitches ain't buying it then? You see what I'm saying? If they want to make so much of a monopoly. So it's two parts of this game. I think that people not paying attention, and I be trying to tell people it's about, that black market shit too. Drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and all that type of shit. but they got to get their product through, P. And they don't, if you get too far, then you're gonna, start unmasking the people who's actually behind it. You got to have these little clear areas. That's why Mexico, and that's why we hear the shit about Mexico and them people taking over people fucking towns and shit, P. Mexican cartel
Quick,
taking over the town.
real quick.
Yeah, it's easier out there because it's it's a little more poor and the money and all that, the value and everything, as they put it, is not the same out there and shit. So you see what I'm saying, with our weapons and their manpower, they take over them people's shit, P. And people ain't got the people ain't got 100-round drum clip grenade launchers and come on, P. People ain't got all that. They farmers. And people don't look at it like that from a simpler level. I think if people just humble themselves a little bit and just try to understand a lot of this shit, it wouldn't be so far-fetched,
All right. So check this out. Now, aside from the video I just played for y'all, right? I have another video I'm about to play for y'all of a person who gives a different account of what you should expect when dealing with the land bank, right? Now, we hearing what happened with the brother with the castle, right? And like you say, the brother that's doing the interview with him was buying properties and stuff like that. So, as luck would have it, I found another video of a brother giving his account of dealing with the land bank. But what I really need for y'all to pay attention to is when he get down toward the end of the video, when he said that uh he was about to lose his house to somebody and one of his family members came up and stopped the guy from, you know, trying to take the house. Now, it wasn't take the house as far as what you think, but it was he was trying to take the house. So I'm gonna get this video up for y'all right quick. Hold up. Get this thing on here. Oh, wow. Where? Oh, here we go. Check this out, y'all.
Boy Calvin with another one. Hey man, I just want to tell you guys that I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you watching. This video is going to be talking about, I know you've been waiting on this. It's basically the good and the bad and the ugly with the Detroit land
I
bank.
did not
I said I
record
wasn't
the
going to make
whole
this type
thing.
of video, but at the end of the day, I got to be transparent. At the end of the day, I appreciate the land bank and I appreciate all that they do at the end of the day. But it hasn't been a easy ride. I'm gonna tell you about the things that I had to deal with. I'm 13 properties in. And that's side lots, houses, all that good stuff, commercial, all that. So we could just start with the first property I purchased, which was the house that I was originally going to rent out. But then as time went on, it was like it didn't make sense for me to rent this property out and and I'm renting somewhere else. So it made sense for me to make this my home. So when I initially purchased the property, I went in, I was an owner now house. I placed my $1,000 bid. I didn't have any competition. I won the bid. And then I went through the assessment process, which they check to make sure you don't have any foreclosures, blight tickets, etc., tax liens, all that stuff. They check all that. So
beat the tax deadline.
check all that. So I ran into two issues. They got me and my father mixed up. So I had to prove that I wasn't my father. Then on top of that, I had to prove that I didn't have any tax debt. So in the process of them saying like, hey, no, you're being flagged for this. And I was like, no, that's my father. No, this is paid. And then they say, okay, you're good to go. And then, so I'm like thinking I'm good to go. And so I'm sitting back chilling, waiting for me to get my purchase agreement and all that good stuff. I just so happen to look at the property again. I look on it now list. The house that I just won is back on the list within like 3 days after, about 2 days after me, winning the bid. So I'm like, wait, hold on, what's going on? So I call up there. I'm like, hey, what's going on? It's like, oh well, such and such, such and such. So I was like, skip this. I call off of work and I go straight up there. And after we got everything done, I had to rebid on this property. And thank
You're on mute if you're talking.
I was talking my ass off too. If y'all noticed, he said after he went down there and got everything straight, got the issues they had with between him and his dad corrected. Whatever tax problems they say he had, he was like, nah, that's paid. All that's straight. Got all that straight. Go back to check the property, and it's on the same site again. They listed the property twice. Even after he had done won the bid, paid everything he needed to pay, did everything he needed to do,
Sound like
they
fraud to
took
me.
the property. Oh, bro. Right? You got to rebid on a property that you done already one paid your money for and all kind of other things, plus taking, think about it. He said he had to take off from work to go deal with the shit. Not only am I losing money on this $1,000 bid, I'm also losing money off my job because of this, right? Then it turned right
Yeah,
back
he
around
got
and
other.
find that,
He did
huh?
say he got other properties too at the same time. So yeah, he a busy man, bro.
Right. So you think I got time to stop working to come down there and have to do this process with you more than once, and then turn around from that and still have to bid more money on a property I've already paid for? Like, no, what the fuck? What do you mean? So this one, the first instance that happened with him. Check this out.
God no one bidded against me. Um, but luckily the management team over at the land bank got it fixed. I had to deal with a nice young lady. I think her name was Ani or something like that. She was a nice young lady. She was able to get everything fixed and everything like that. So the one of the biggest problems that I had with the land bank in the beginning is that they hired a lot of temps, if I'm not mistaken. So those temps were, as a temp, too much don't really care about the job or whatever, and they just was like, just there to be there. So a lot of people didn't wasn't concerned about handling your business versus like a full-time employee would. So that was the biggest thing that I had to deal with, as far as dealing with the temps that didn't know all the information, and it took so long for me to know how the process goes. That was like the biggest drawback. Then the second house I purchased, same thing happened. They told me that this was fixed. Turn out they got me mixed up with my father again. So I placed the bid. They saying like, hey, you got back taxes owed on these properties. I said, hell, that's not me. That's not me. Like, so I had to go. So this time I called off of work. I'm literally working. I called off of work. I'm going straight downtown because I got to see somebody face to face, because I'm like, literally, I'm not about to deal with this again. Like, you guys made me do this. So this time, this property, I actually put in an $1,100 bid. And do you understand, by the time I got downtown, whoever looked at the profile decided that, hey, I probably wasn't going to fix the tax debt and just denied the application instead of giving me time to fix it. So by the time I got down there, I saw the same manager, Ani. I think her name was Ani, and she was like, "Okay, well," she called down to the stairs, down to another office, like, "Hey, yeah, push that through. He's good." He's like, "Oh, well, I already rejected it," and because the land bank can't manually go.
Now, who was the person that rejected it, right? And like he's about to say, the land banks can't go in and manually push paperwork through. So who at the fucking city level was the one rejecting this man's stuff, right? That,
That's a
like
good
you said,
point.
it sounds like fraud, right? Oh, but it
Well,
gets
see,
deeper.
it sounds like it sounds like a scam, like a like a city
Yeah,
scam.
yep,
Yeah.
a scam hosted by the city, right? Because it gets better. This particular instance in which this brother is talking about, I believe is linked into my next video after this. Watch this.
Win and make somebody the winning bidder, I had to bid on the process and wait all over again. I had to wait
No
another
the
4
faction
days.
receipts. You can't
And the
file complaints
funniest thing
because
that happened,
you
I
can't.
almost lost that house because typically when we win the bid on a house, we go and clean it up immediately. We don't just wait till anybody clean the property up. We go and clean it up immediately. Um, what happened was is that we went there, cut all the trees down, made it look nice, because we thought we wanted to bid. And do you know some contractor? And this guy looked like he had deep pockets. He pulled up in the driveway and was like, "Oh yeah," he was on the phone talking. We drive out like, "Hold on, who's this and that?" No, bro, nah, this house is spoken for, big fella. So we had the guy so confused. He went down to the land bank and was like, "Hey, is this house up for sale? Because it was two crazy guys out there. You know, it was a crazy guy out there talking about this his house and everything." So I can't tell you exactly who did it, but I can just tell you it was a family member that pulled up on this guy and say, "Hey, what you doing in here? This our house. Don't gnaw." So funny is that the funny thing was is that if we didn't do that, he would have found out that he had an opportunity to bid on that property. It was so funny.
Oh, make sure I'm not muted. All right. So Nola Factor receipts say, I hope he filed complaint. Well, who is he gonna file complaints with? Nola Factor receipt? Because the land bank don't have no way to. All they do is process the paperwork and push it over to the city, saying he did his part on this end, right? The city is the one who's denying the paperwork, even though they see what's happening with the land bank. The land bank don't control what the city do. The city basically telling the land bank like, oh, we gonna deny this because he got this going on, he got that going on, right? The land bank just there to take the house, put the house up on the site, sell the house, and use that money to go to the city or however that money gets split. But then you can't really file complaint with the city because the city is in on the shit too. So you
Yeah,
basically
because he
spinning
putting
your
his
wheels at
paperwork
that
in.
point. Right.
Yeah, he putting his paperwork in. It's like you put my shit at the bottom of the pile every time we get to
Uh
the
huh.
top.
Yep. And then once it get to the top, oh well, you missed your bid, or we didn't process your paperwork, or you didn't process your paperwork in time, even though your paperwork sitting in there with a time, date, stamp, seal. Sorry, you got to do it all over again. That's how they looking at it. So remember, they were talking about the contractor, right? And the contractor pulled up on them in the driveway. And now, mind you, if you done already won the bid on this house, you out there cleaning up the property, getting ready for it to get renovated or whatever like that. The contractor pull up on you. And the first thing he do is jump on the phone with the land bank or somebody from the city to tell them that you out there on this property or whatever like that. Don't that sound like somebody is feeding this contractor information?
Yes, sir.
All right,
He ain't gonna know unless somebody told him.
right. Because ain't no contractor just gonna roll up on a property and start doing work on the property that they don't own or that they have no business. Like, I'm gonna go clean up a property that I don't have no dollars to be made off of, right? The only way I could see me doing that is if right away I got the money, I got the time, I can hurry up, make my bed, start cleaning this property down, get it ready. Excuse me. Get it ready for sale or for rent right away. And you gotta and the way they say this it happens in Detroit is you got uh 30 to 90 days to start the process and have the house in livable condition in 30 to 90 days. So with the contractor thing though, that leads to this video. Check this out.
Dropping the hammer on a contractor for the Detroit Land Bank. That contractor is accused of bilking the agency devoted to removing blight in the city for thousands of dollars with phony invoices.
Let's bring in Mara McDonald live with more on this story. Mara, these charges just announced this afternoon.
That's right, Evan, and the state AG is bringing those charges against a West Bloomfield-based contractor, saying that not only is he bilking the Detroit Land Bank, but that he also tried to coerce an employee into falsifying invoices. The Detroit Land Bank is tasked with demolition as well as rehabbing and reselling properties that can be saved in the city. What ADR Consulting, based in West Bloomfield and owned by Barry Ellentuck, did was provide the land bank with asbestos inspections, asbestos abatement letters, and other services for demolitions of abandoned homes. The problem, the AG found and is charging, phony invoices for work that wasn't done.
What we believe was happening was that Mr. Ellentuck and ADR had falsified records that would indicate work that may or may not have been done in the city of Detroit to the tune of about $6,000. So he got a little greedy and didn't quite do his end of the deal.
In addition, the AG believes Ellentuck attempted to force a Detroit Land Bank employee into falsifying records when he was questioned about the invoices. Back here live, the AG bringing those charges down today. That is a felony charge, and they tell us they expect to hear more coming out at trial. We are live in the News Center area. Mara McDonald, Local 4.
We'll watch it then. All right, Mara.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. P Dot, come on, man.
Nah. Don't that sound like somebody? Yo. Oh, that ain't all,
bro. I just had to.
Because if we gonna do a continuation,
now this is what I call research,
I got
my
more
nigga.
for you.
This is what I call research, my nigga. When you put the pieces together, bruh, you gotta get the fucking hand clap, dog. I'm telling you, bro, ain't nothing else. Bruh, gee, you couldn't have put it together. Bruh, you just showed the shit. What's going on, bruh? What you want me to say, bruh? You just said the motherfuckers ain't say. The motherfuckers ain't have nothing but come to find out y'all doing what? Huh? P, what they doing, bruh? Huh?
They scamming people.
I'm about to clap my hands off fucking around with you, bruh. I'm about to clap my goddamn hands off, bruh. That was a good job right there, bro. That was a good one, though.
They had some shit going on with that shit, boy.
Dog. They been found with what? Oh man. I just said that. It sounds like a fucking scam, and here they go. That's what they've been doing. They've been falsifying all kind of fucking documents.
Of course. That's why your boy said, I think they got a lot of temp workers down there. No, nigga, them ain't temp workers. They know how to play that role for your ass. Ain't no fucking temp workers gonna work at no city agency like that. Not in that capacity. Not in that capacity at all. Ain't no fucking way. You expect somebody from the tip to be able to deal with this many types of transactions that's dealing with thousands of dollars? Like, remember, these people are bidding on property. So that shit could easily go from $1,000 to $50,000 right quick, depending on the property, right? And how bad the buyer wants that property. So there's no earthly fucking way you about to sit up here and tell me that somebody wasn't tied to that fucking contractor that tried to get that house from your boy in there. No, will you tell me that somebody ain't on the inside fucking with your boy on Chalmers about the house he trying to work on? Don't that sound crazy?
That's why around. No, it sounds sane as a motherfucker, and it actually makes logic because I keep telling you, bro, that motherfucking mayor, he going alone.
Yeah.
He done already got greased.
Somebody using that motherfucking name though.
No, he greased.
I'm just saying,
he the one got to sign off on shit. Listen to me, I'm telling you, man. This how that shit go.
That's true too.
With the land. I'm telling you, with the I'm about to say the landowners, not the landowner. The motherfuckers who put the link. Yeah, the motherfuckers who put the liens on the shit because of the property shit. And they know that fucking shit go like that, Pete. They know that. They've been letting whoever they want else to do the same shit, bro. But because it's an issue with somebody, they put pressure on them people to do their job. Pete, think about it. That's coming. That's coming from higher ups than. That's coming from higher ups than the land. The land take, bro. I'm telling you, bro. And that's why I say the mayor. Because the mayor getting pressure from corporate. Look, he getting pressure from them corporate motherfuckers that he already took money from to become mayor. He owes some favors.
Time to get bent over that table. They're gonna bend him up now.
Yeah, ain't nobody supposed to be building no motherfucking castles around there. We got to get our dope through, huh?
Yes. You know what? That is ultimately the end game. They trying to dope that area back out. Because that probably was
It's
an area
already
that was
fucked up.
affected
It's
by-
already blighted.
Right.
It's already
Right.
blighted. It's gone. That's what they've been doing with all these years. That's what I'm telling you. Yes. This man
If
just
I'm not
started this.
mistaken, they got a town somewhere up that way, like a whole town empty.
Excuse me,
Literally. No residents nowhere. It's a whole fucking town just empty with good houses. When I say good houses, I mean good houses just sitting on a block. And the only reason they don't want to live there because the city don't want to pick up the fucking trash. I gotta find. You know what? I'm gonna look that shit up. That's gonna be one of my other news things. But I remember that shit. I'm gonna look that shit up because it's literally a whole town with nobody in it. Buku houses, just trash in the street. Man, now I go through that bitch, clean that bitch up, block by fucking block. But yeah, man, that's all I had. I passed the torch on now.
Yeah, P. Like I said, bro. I watched this. The same interview you watched, bro, and I really caught some jewels from it too. He actually get like you were speaking on earlier. He actually gave the dude a pilot tour of the spot, and a lot of the spot is not all glitz and glamour and all that. It's still a work in progress, and I'm glad he showed that part of it too as well, because I heard, and he also said that people in the comments was giving him flack for that. P. Dot in the audience, it was getting on him about how he got the grass high and all this crazy ass shit, like it's supposed to be just up and running as if it wasn't a working process. Just even seeing the first piece of it. Excuse me. That's why people who actually showed the house too and was calling them the castle and doing all this, it also put harm on what this man trying to do too. And the reason why is because people are in this dopamine high where everything got to be microwave straight directly to them. So if it ain't all together right then and there, P, it ain't shit. So these people are weeding out a lot of the people who have good common goddamn sense. So when you see shit sometimes and it look good, and then you go around the side and you see buku gray, like, damn, what's going on back here? Where the problem is back here? No, fuck all the land that he built by himself, him and his people, and how it look good up there, what you just saw. The focus is on what you didn't agree with and didn't see as something to be looked up to. And I think that's the problem with a lot of people when they look at certain shit or when they judge a book by its cover. You know what I mean? And people act like they know what that mean. Like when somebody say, "Hey, how you doing?" And it's that's the book and that's the cover. But no, it's deeper than that. Judging the book by its cover is you actually misunderstanding somebody. You looking at them from a different perspective that you wouldn't think that could fuck with you in a way. You think you could just fuck over them. You think you could, it's sweet. Shit all good like that. I'm trying to find ways to say it, P. But I can't really put it in a dictionary way. All I can think of is hood shit right now, so you gotta excuse me.
Nah, you good, man.
I'm
gonna
just
be
saying.
honest. That's some hood shit that's happening though. But they're using the corporate umbrella of the city to do it.
Yes, to make the shit happen. Yup. Yes, sir. That's all I see. That's all I see. Like we talked about earlier. Y'all still using mafia moves with the pen. Y'all got police and all this shit to say, hey, yeah, this is going down because this motherfucker got money. And that's how we could tell a lot of our government
officials.
Our government officials as well as our decisions, Peter, that we go along with come from corporate backing. It comes from corporate perspectives because they push the commercials, they push who we supposed to be voting for, they push, you see what I'm saying? All this come from, but if somebody's paying everybody to say what they're saying, then what are we actually really having the control over?
Right, and that's why your boy kept saying,
bullshit.
I don't even
that's why
control
he's saying what he's saying.
I don't even
as far as what they say.
I don't have no control over nothing.
Yeah, I can't even do it no more, and he actually got a background. Like he said, he retired. He used to put people on. he actually said that he came out with a book, Pete, $28, bro. And the man was asking him, bro, why why you stopped doing what you were doing? He was like, bro, I can't even get people to buy my $28 book, bro, about getting none of this and getting on their feet. Why would I pay him? Why would I charge him 25,000 and shit to, show him exactly what I did? That's some real shit, P.
It is.
And you know what he's talking about? He's talking about the effort of the people, bruh, who really act like they're concerned or really worried about what he's talking about, bruh, or really worried about what he's going on. He see that nobody's gonna come through, bruh. Just like in the Bible days, bruh. It's the same shit, man.
Right.
But nobody gives a fuck, dog. They act like they care, but they don't give a fuck, dog. Like the man said, bruh. He not charging you. Why wait? Why just pay $25,000? What that saying is, P? I'm gonna take you back. Why fish for a man when I can show him how to fish or some shit, huh?
Oh, wow.
Some shit like that, huh, Pete? I know I said it wrong a little bit, but you know what the fuck I mean.
You feed him for a day, and if you teach a man to fish, you feed him for life.
Huh?
That's what that's
saying. See what I'm saying, P? But that's what that man trying to tell him. That man in his Bible hard, P. That's what he mean by his book. The book $28. Ain't nobody buying that bitch. But people keep coming up to me to ask me, man, how you did it, man? How you do it? Who can I get with? You see what I'm saying, P? No, you ain't get the book. That's what he's saying. But motherfuckers want to act like they want to pay top dollar. They want to pay top dollar for me to consult with them, to be with them, like a teacher or a master or something, right next to them doing it. When you could just buy the book and learn it for yourself. That's what he's saying. Like, man, people want fucking daddies and shit, P. People want fathers when they could do it themselves. Like we've been a pacified
baby.
We've been a pacified humanity, not a generation of humanity. We've been a pacified humanity since we went along with a lot of shit, especially conveniency. And it's the more convenient we want to be, the more pacified we is, then we get away from what actually make us human beings, though. Ooh, damn, that was a bug. Shit. Hey, that was a bug. That was a bug. Hey. You passing the mic, P, bro? Let me get into it, bro.
Oh, I've been past the mic, bro. That might have been passed a long time ago.
Well, I apologize, then. So let me get into my piece, then. Like I said, it go right back to the gentrification situation, Pete, like you were talking about earlier. So I'm from his words in his mouth, he's going to explain that whole piece and why people, like I said, was giving him a problem online.
A Grosse Pointe realtor put them on the market. And guess what? I want to say this. I'm going to get on out of here. But they were doing some development in my neighborhood, so I don't put people on blast. I'm not going to share, but they were doing some development in one of my zip codes that I've done. I'm going to leave it at that, so I'm going to let you figure it out. They did some development, and the guy that was doing the development got wind of it. And he found out who I was. And this is how we do. We create our own gentrification because we don't support each other, and we allow others to come in and move us out. So let me help you out. I was contacted by this other guy. He called and wanted to know, because I was the largest landholder in this particular neighborhood in the zip code. He commented on the Facebook, and it got back to me, and just so happened he had gave me his card, and he wanted to get in touch with me. When I returned his call, he said, Chuck, we're putting a house on the market, and we want to be able to do more, but we're having a problem. I said, oh, what's that? He said, the problem that we're having is that we can't sell the property for the $300,000 that we're trying to get. I said, what? He said, Oh, okay. So I'm thinking, maybe he needs some pointers. He said, I need to know when you're going to finish the neighborhood because you're stopping me from selling that house. What did you just say? I'm serious. I swear for God. I need to know when you're going to finish rebuilding the neighborhood so we can sell the house. He said that we can't get the $300,000 because of all of the blight, all of the abandoned houses, all of the vacant lots and everything. And the only person that's popping in the community over there in that zip code where you're at and where we're, because what you're doing is great. And once you finish, I can do to make a long, I'm serious. I swear for God. And I told him, I said, you done lost your mind.
Once you finish, we could take over it.
And so what he told me, he said, that's all right. You just go back over there to your little old castle over there in Lakewood. I heard it from him. But as far as us collaborating,
that's where that castle should come from, y'all. See?
We created.
It's a shot.
And if we don't do nothing in this interview, gentrification did not happen on Lakewood because of the big castle that the black guy built over there. Got your G's mixed up, baby. It's called generational wealth. And you ain't seen nothing yet. And this is only the beginning. Chuck has been successful in business. I've had a successful business, unique construction company, from the bottom up. We built it from the ground, baby. I mean, it's, unique construction. The credit game, if you want to do a mortgage or something, I'm not into the mortgage business, but people want to buy a new home, but their credit is shot. They don't know what to do. You got all these people out here selling them these services, and all they doing is breaking the bank with these people. You got to have somebody that you can go to that's going to show you how to win. I've already won. I appreciate everything that God has done, but it's not about me. If you really knew my story,
let's go.
You wouldn't say those hateful comments on there. You wouldn't be talking about how we gonna break in, how we gonna do this and do that, or rob his family. If anything, y'all need to be trying to hold on to your Chuck, because we don't have a Chuck here. I wish you all had a Chuck downtown. I wish you all had a Chuck in your neighborhood. Come here, Charlie. My empire, this is my son. He runs part of my empire, which is really his though, but he helped build it. So I've taught him all of this. He runs this. Where do you know a 22-year-old chief executive officer and many other titles? This man, he built this garage. He helped build this. He helped build this. He helped pour this concrete. He helped level this lot out. All of the debris. Where do you see this at? This is a 22-year-old executive. You understand what I'm saying? He has nothing to gain. What if we could have other executives out here? What if we had our own Black Wall Street right here in Detroit? But this will be a different kind of Black Wall Street. It's for everybody. I'm not raising.
The man got a lot of plans, bruh, and the man got a lot of points, P. So that's some of the things that I was pinpointing on when I heard him speak on, gentrification. You know what I mean? Turn it into this wealth where we could look at not only Black Wall Street in one area, you know what I'm saying? These cities taking them back over like we had them at one time anyway. Where you had this black wealth in these areas. Remember, a lot of these areas are our areas. These people got, Detroit has castles.
For houses.
No. Real castles, people. Old as shit. Just fucked up out there. Just been sitting there. Nobody knows nothing about them, P. They don't know nothing. They just been there since they been knowing to be there themselves as far as black people goes and shit, right? But these castle houses been sitting there. But it was known for these people to be in these areas. So it's a lot of history that people don't know about as well that went down in Detroit and in these areas. This is why they're blighted to these days, because I'm gonna say up until this day, because that area and that land has way more history than we actually know versus the people who are in business and who is in these corporations to take over these lands in these areas. Like I say, a lot of times they'll sell lands like that just to make a parking lot or to make a interstate for to get fast travel to the nearest stadium or the nearest casino. So yeah, man, this been happening over the years. It's been happening over the years in Detroit. Is definitely one of those hot spots where it's been blighted with these big houses, these big, you know, apartment complexes and stuff where they just, just been left blighted. So it's just definitely something to chew on that one. You want to say anything on that one or what he spoke on with the as far as how he said and what he meant for gentrification? I can move on to the next one. If you're talking, you're on mute, P.
Yeah, my mute button got stuck for a second. So, looking at what the brother is saying, bro, I see where he coming from, and there's a lot of that going on, bro, especially up there. And that's why I say with the haterism that's happening, hold on, man, hold on.
Mm-hmm. Tuned in to Blunt Talk, where fathers are fathers. And they gotta do their damn thing, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the people who came through the building on the live stream. Shout out to the people who gonna watch this on the replay, you know what I'm saying? We appreciate everybody. We show us support. Hopefully we could build and grow this community. You know what I'm saying? Now go ahead, P.
Looking back at it, man, I just see that there's a hurdle in his way that he's destined to overcome. And when he overcome that fucking hurdle, it ain't a soul up there. Like, I understand he a pastor, right? Supposed to turn the other cheek. Lead by example. But all that negativity that's going on up there and all the roadblocks that they putting in that man's way, it wouldn't be not one soul outside my family or the people who truly showed him support, right? That actually would be able to sit in his presence. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, y'all see what the man trying to do. Why the fuck you hating? You know what I'm saying? Like, he trying to teach everybody how to get on it. That goes back to what you were saying earlier. Everybody keep asking him how he did it, how he did this, how he did that. Okay. My reply would have been, buy the book. You want to learn it? Buy the book. Because at the end of the day, I can't, like he says, like, even with some of his interviews, it's like, I don't have enough time for this interview to tell you half of that. Just even half of that is going to take up a whole nother interview itself. So if that man got that much stuff that he willing to impart on anybody so they can learn, just go ahead and buy the fucking book. It'll be you can learn at your own pace, and if you really want to, like I be telling people about me when they come to doing certain jobs. You tell me the way you want it done. While I'm doing it, I'm simplifying as I go. You can simplify the process if you just look at the steps that's taken and figure out what don't need to be there to make the process work faster for you. But people don't want to take the time to sit down and read the little $28 book like you were saying, bro. It's just, but then they get mad because he don't want to tell them nothing. Everything I need to tell you is in this book. And that book don't look like it ain't no more than probably about 125, 150 pages long. So it's probably a short book giving motherfuckers step by step play on what to do to get the funding, buy the property, rehab the property, and keep the process pushing. But, like they say, if you want to hire something from a nigga, put it in a book. That's all I got. You roll on to your next one whenever you ready, bro. Am I tripping?
Mm.
There you go. I hear you, Chop, loud and clear.
Yeah, this shit was tripping. I've been trying to get back on this shit since earlier.
You got anything you want to say about any? Were you able to see?
I ain't see nothing.
Oh,
Just talk about it. I'm gonna catch up.
all right. So, the video that I was playing, was basically highlighting a lot of the things that the brother was talking about as far as people hating, right? And there with this land bank stuff that's out there in Detroit, bro, it looked like this could be a possible major scale scam or fraudulent shit is happening. If you
Mm-hmm.
came to my land bank and I'm selling you a piece of property for $1,000, and you take that thousand, now you bid on the property, $1,000, you win the bid. You come on down. But before you even get the deed to your property, oh, you got a lien, you got a tax lien on you. We can't sell you this property. Or we can't give you the deed to the property. But you done already took my money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it goes from that, you get all that straight. I put your property back up on the auction block again, even after you just did all of everything I told you you need to do to get your property straight, right? Now you done did that. Turn around from that, you go buy another piece of property. I do the same thing all over. This time, I there's a contractor that comes up as cleaning up this particular piece of property he just bought, and he gets on the phone with the land bank and the mayor's office and telling them, hey, look, they got some guys down here cleaning up on this property. Da 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 da. But one of your family members come up and stop that process. Like, yo, I don't know what you're talking about, dog. My cousin just paid for this property. You can't have this property. It's spoken for. And just as luck would have it, by y'all stalling him out like that, he missed being able to bid on a property by $1,000. But remember, you done already bid, won the bid, paid your money. Now you down there cleaning up your property, only to realize your property been put back up on the auction block once again, and you ain't know nothing about it this time. So the man who initially was the castle in the hood, they was taking paperwork. Now, mind you, all the property that he got, as far as all them houses that, like, the man got multiple houses, right? They sending all the information about those houses to the primary address. But the one house they were trying to take, they took it and used an old post office box that he hadn't used since 2022 and was sending the mail to that post office box instead of to the house where he was supposed to be sending it. Took that paperwork, since he didn't reply to none of the paperwork that they sent him to the post office box, and went down to the court. And the court basically put a lien on the property, citing that he wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing with the property. But that only happened because of the with them people, the land bank. Well, not really the land bank, but the city and the land bank combined together. That, but it's really more to deal with the city because the mayor is the
And the
one
mayor.
pushing a lot of the shit that's happening.
Damn.
The mayor, remember, the mayor pushed the land bankers, because he's actually obviously getting paid for them. So he's the one who could push the executive orders for seizing properties and shit like that due to, certain loopholes or whatever they could seize it for. He's the one who signs off on it. That's why he's being involved with it as well, the man saying, basically. The man's like the mayor is going along with them with this shit, knowing that there's out of town corporations trying to stop this, but they're not buying the properties neither. They're just letting the shit sit there. But y'all stopping regular people from actually paying the tax liens on these properties. So by them not getting it earlier, he's saying that also the gentrification is happening, which leaked into my segment. The gentrification is happening through them because we letting them buy the shit and take their time with it or do whatever they want with it instead of just buying the properties while they dirt cheap. So, and he was explaining to the dude basically that this is justification. We can be a part of justification through generational wealth. If we bring our own people, we could gentrify these areas if we buy up the properties and stuff, and not let these people keep doing what they trying to do to me, basically, with my other properties. But the house itself is his. They're just trying to stop him, Chop, from buying more property because he trying to buy that whole back of that bitch, and they got houses that's blighted and all that type of shit that's in the back of his shit that he done already built. So they're trying to stop him from finish building, basically finish building, because he already started on a project behind the houses that he already built, and they stopped him from that one and claiming a seizure over it. But it got to go through the court system and all that type of shit. But he had a great point about gentrification that me and Pete was breaking down with the situation. So I'm gonna play it for you, Chop, and I'm gonna keep it going, Ron. Just tell me what you think about it.
A Grosse Pointe realtor put them on the market. And guess what? I want to say this. And I'm going to get on out of here. But they were doing some development in my neighborhood, so I don't put people on blast. I'm not going to share, but they were doing some development in one of my zip codes that I've done. I'm going to leave it at that, so I'm going to let you figure it out. They did some development, and the guy that was doing the development got wind of it. and he found out who I was. And this is how we do. We create our own gentrification because we don't support each other and we allow others to come in and move us out. So let me help you out. I was contacted by this other guy. He called and wanted to know, because I was the largest landholder in this particular neighborhood in the zip code. He commented on the Facebook, and it got back to me, and just so happened he had gave me his card, and he wanted to get in touch with me. When I returned his call, he said, Chuck, we're putting a house on the market, and we want to be able to do more, but we're having a problem. I said, oh, what's that? He said, the problem that we're having is that we can't sell the property for the $300,000 that we're trying to get. I said, what? He said, oh, okay. So I'm thinking, maybe he needs some pointers. He said, I need to know when you're going to finish the neighborhood, because you're stopping me from selling that house. What did you just say? I'm serious. I swear for God. I need to know when you're going to finish rebuilding the neighborhood so we can sell the house. He said
Free labor, y'all. I told you, look.
The $300,000 because of all of the blight, all of the abandoned houses, all of the vacant lots and everything. And the only person that's popping in the community over there in that zip code where you're at and where we're, because what you're doing is great. And once you finish, I can do it. I'm serious. I swear for God. And I told him, I said, you done lost your mind. How dare you call me? And so what he told me, he said, that's all right. You just go back over there to your little old castle over there on Lakewood. I heard it from him. But as far as us collaborating and do it, we create our own gentrification. We create it. But gentrification, and if we don't do nothing in this interview, gentrification did not happen on Lakewood because of the big castle that the black guy built over there. Got your G's mixed up, baby. It's called generational wealth. And you ain't seen nothing yet. And this is only the beginning. Chuck has been successful in business. I've had a successful business, unique construction company, from the bottom up. We built it from the ground, baby. I mean, it's, unique construction. The credit game, if you want to do a mortgage or something, I'm not into the mortgage business, but people want to buy a new home, but their credit is shot. They don't know what to do. You got all these people out here selling them these services, and all they doing is breaking the bank with these people. You got to have somebody that you can go to that's going to show you how to win. I've already won. I appreciate everything that God has done, but it's not about me. If you really knew my story, you wouldn't say those hateful comments on there. You wouldn't be talking about how we gonna break in, how we gonna do this and do that, or rob his family. If anything, y'all need to be trying to hold on to your Chuck, because we don't have a Chuck here. I wish you all had a Chuck downtown. I wish you all had a Chuck in your neighborhood. Come here, Charlie. My empire, this is my son. He runs part of my empire, which is really his though, but he helped build it. So I've taught him all of this. He runs this. But where do you know a 22-year-old chief executive officer and many other titles? This man, he built this garage. He helped build this. He helped build this. He helped pour this concrete. He helped level this lot out. All of the debris. Where do you see this at? This is a 22-year-old executive. You understand?
Tonight at 6 with a one-on-one interview with a...
Sorry about that, fellas. Though I ain't want to drag it. But yeah, just, if you want to speak on anything with that, chat right quick.
Well, he's going. He's definitely doing the job he's supposed to be doing.
His theory of gentrification, though, does it, you know what I'm saying? Does it blast what people really actually think of? Because people tie that to white people taking over their neighborhood, right? But he had a whole other theory about gentrification. What you thought about his theory of gentrification?
Yeah, that's a cute way to trick people into thinking that they able to do the same thing, because that's what we know they say it is when the white people do it. So to call it that and let the people know exactly what a nigga doing when they talk about it.
That's what's up, homie. I'm about to move on to my next one. So he about to finish this conversation of basically it's going to kind of be on the same thread. He just going to add some more stuff to it, fellas, and just chime in after that, and I pass it after that.
People are saying that this home is going to raise taxes and flush out people who can't afford to live here on a fixed income, XYZ. What? How do you feel about that? Are they wrong? What they're saying, giving you a bad rap? Like, what's the truth behind it?
You notice I had to sit down on that one. The thing about gentrification, you have to understand, and that's why we're misinformed. Gentrification is when the wealthy move in to an impoverished town and move out. Because wealthy move in so they can bring all of their other wealthy friends and create a wealthy community. Let me help you out. For everybody that thought this was gentrification, what gentrification is and still is, it still exists. But you are misinformed again. Number one, I've been here, so I can't gentrify on Lakewood. I was already here, and I'm not wealthy. I'm not wealthy, so you got it twisted. Number one, the wealthy, they move in and then they start moving all of the people out. Well, what has happened on Lakewood? Nobody has been affected by what I've done on Lakewood. Nobody has been affected by what I've done on Lakewood. So let me help you out. Let me show you what gentrification really is. So when you look at this, understand it. So what I did was I wrote a book. I was doing consulting and coaching because I am the guru, call it whatever, and they are willing to pay me a lot of money to show them how to do it. I actually retired from doing that. You want to know why? Why? If I can't sell my $28 book, I don't want you to pay me $25,000 to know how I did it. So I retired from coaching and consulting. But for my people that watch me literally build this, and we're not mad at you, baby. And guess what? That's another part of the gentrification that's been created. You actually gentrified it yourself because you didn't support it here. These people came in. All of the houses that have been sold on Lakewood, they not by people from here. It's not from people in my neighborhood. I told everybody to get these houses when they were $500 and $1,000. I had stopped buying. I wanted everybody to buy these houses. I sent out emails. Remember I sent one to you and told you about it, but you said that you had already moved on. And I said, no, man, that house that you was working next to down there, it's going. I said, Roger, because they only want $1,000 for it. You said, man, I'm tied up in the sun. They just sold it for $250,000. They just sold it, and guess what? The people were not from here. The other house, $300,000. The other one, $299,000. So they're comped against themselves, but that would not affect my neighbors once again. So who did the gentrification on Lakewood? You did, because you didn't come in here and get property when it was available. And guess what? The city knows that. The city know that we're not going to work together, because why would they market those properties on the Grosse Pointe market and not allow the people in Detroit to get them? A Grosse Pointe realtor put them on the market.
Hey, man, when you spitting that hot fire, bruh, that shit might burn a little bit, but sometimes you gotta stand the heat, chap, and you gotta get your ass out of the kitchen. That's what they say.
You can't complain if you ain't doing nothing about it.
Not for all the tea in China.
That's like all the people that be like, oh, they got the crime in the neighborhoods with the crime. And
Tell
fucking
your son stop selling dope.
Man, shit crazy.
So that they can take some of that dope money and buy the blighted property next door. I don't know, chap. I'm just trying to make sense of what the man just said. They they can't use gentrification for both sides. Gentrification can't be the victim and
what people fail to realize is that the same rules that they go by is the same rules you gotta go by too. It's just that they make sure that they do all the shit that's under the thing first. before they go
Yeah,
talking shit.
it's taught and it's taught and trained down to generations. Like it's supposed to be automatic. Like they look down on you in their community if you ain't.
Like I don't know nobody, and it's
Gosh,
just
man.
I don't know nobody that I know that teach your children to have a certain amount of money in the bank. Not you just got to have some money in the bank. Tell them a certain amount to keep in the bank. You see what I'm saying? Like it's not taught that way or whatever. They might think that having $100 up in the bank is good
It's the
because your parents
institution.
said, you know, put
It's the
fucking,
institution in your
just put some
upbringing.
money up. But
Because if you went
you
to a
don't
private
tell them
school, they
how
teach
or what or
different,
how much.
and if your people come from money, like it definitely factors into that, definitely. So, but yeah, I
don't
pass
think
it through, champ.
I don't think I think they teach it in regular school. Depends on who your teacher was. I would say.
How much they teach? That's what I mean by that. How much they teach? I
Yeah.
think private schools and boarding schools and all that shit, like it's a different level when they come from money. Like it's
It's a different
it's
conversation.
definitely different. Yeah, even like the funding, what I mean, chap, like, you know what I'm saying, to get certain shit, to get better books, to get, lab stuff for chemistry, just stuff
Well,
you children
I
need to
could
teach them
say
better. You know what I'm saying?
I would say this,
Other
and this is
institutions
why
strive
the
more
reason
than others.
why I think about it that way is because I ain't really got nothing either for the topic either, but just talking about it, I've been to both sides. I would say I done been in a public school, and I done been in
Private
I was
private school.
so called say like not private but gifted, like fucking just thinking that it was supposed to be a step up or whatever. Like I said, I was taking college courses in the 9th and 10th grade or whatever, but I was going to Douglas. You see what I'm saying? So I still was able to see both or whatever, like see both sides of it. But what fucked me up the most was the books didn't change. Like it was the same books. It's just that we might skip that chapter and they taught that chapter versus not having the books at all, period. You know what I'm saying? Just being, like I said, I believe that people put too much pressure on the institutions for as teaching the children or whatever certain
Private
things.
school is different though, chap. Like getting college degree or getting college credits for stuff in your public school is still public. That's what I'm saying. Like they get a whole different perspective of what's called the institution, period. Because they got people funding and sponsoring for better books, for better everything, even their physical education. If you think about it, like when I went to school, I just got a gym uniform, and we did only certain things. That's because the funding was limited to what we could actually have, like basketballs, volleyballs, and see what I'm saying? Like just shit to have, period, to just have, like chess clubs, glee club, and all that. Like a lot of public schools don't have the funding for that. And not only that, they were stealing money too. So a lot of them get to experience a lot of that in private schools because they don't do that shit in private schools. The people different about their money. That's
I
all I
see
was
what
saying.
you're
Like it's
saying. No, I get what you're saying, but
as far as institution wise,
ain't no chess clubs in the hood because niggas ain't learning chess at home and then going to school and saying I won't play chess.
If they had
niggas
it in school, they might be interested.
If they knew how to play, when you get in a chess club, you don't get in the club to learn how to play chess. You get in the club because you know how to play chess already.
Nah, that's not true. You could be interested in something and not know how to play.
No,
You
I
could be
think if if
yeah.
your parents teaching you at home about chess, you're gonna go to school saying, I won't play chess.
I know how to
And
play
that's
chess already. Yeah, let me get
all
into it.
right.
But okay,
So,
what if I want to play basketball and then my coach saying, "Hey, you tall enough to play, but I don't know how to play." Don't they take on tall, lanky niggas that don't know how to play? Then they could probably play volleyball. That's all I'm saying. Like you could be
but that's
interested in something
basketball.
else.
That
I'm not
ain't
taking away
chess
from your
though.
point. I'm not. I'm just used that as an example, chap. It could have been tennis.
No,
I'm
but
just
I'm
saying you
saying I
could
see
be
what you
interested in other
saying. I see
things.
what you saying, but what I'm saying too is people that got all that shit and still ain't shit. Like this is facts, right?
Yeah, it's not cut dry. Yeah, it's not cut
So
dry.
that's what I'm saying. So it's like that shit, getting all that extra little shit, or people will say it's extra shit or whatever. That's just like when the best thing for me, like I could say, the school in Georgia I went to was a private school or whatever. I could say the best thing was lunch, but the books was the same shit. To me, the books was the same shit I was getting in New Orleans because they was teaching the same lesson. It was just different, like books. But I think that people put those type of pressures on those institutions. But if you did that shit at home, then you gonna want to be like your dad, or your daddy keep $10,000 in his account all the time, and this, that, and the third, and your daddy teaching you how to do that, and your mama teaching you how to do that. Then you gonna do that. You ain't like just putting it on the schools to say, all right, y'all teach my children how to behave in the world when it come to certain things or whatever. I think people just put too much on the institutions because you could pay all that extra money, like we know for all the St. Aug niggas we know. They then went to St. Aug and did all this other and ain't shit. They paid for school. I mean, and niggas ain't shit. I'm just saying, but that's why I say it still depends on who your parents is. And that's what it should get back to, with the way
Yeah.
things
No,
is.
that's a
Like
good point though.
we ain't
I
never
just
had
say from
nobody
another
come
perspective.
in, teaching nobody this, that, and the third, or teaching them this. One thing I do know I was taught coming up is say something, because you never know what somebody might not be able to do or don't be able to do. Sometimes them teachers will go out in their own pockets and go buy you that shit. Or y'all want to play chess? Oh, I'm gonna go buy y'all a chessboard. Y'all just gotta play it here. Type shit. That type of shit that
And
happen too.
that's
It shouldn't
yeah,
have.
that's
It shouldn't
sad
be
though.
that way.
Especially
Yeah, that's true.
uh
But it is what it is. Nigga got to get that shit done. We can't cry for spilled
yeah.
milk. Gotta get that shit done.
No, you're right though, but that's what I was about to say about think about it. That's why I try to look at it from both sides. I'm like, what if your mama was a crackhead, right? But
Right.
you a scholastic scholar in school. School taught you more than your mama ever taught you in school. So I'm gonna say at home. So it don't always go from, what you learned at the home, what you can excel in when you have a better opportunity at an institution that's gonna teach you other things. You see, it go both ways. That's all I was saying. You see what I'm saying? As well as
Yeah.
what you can learn from the household
My daddy
can
was a
can
crackhead, so
can
I get it.
excel.
It's not. My mama wasn't a
No, I'm just
crackhead, but
saying,
my daddy was a
period.
crackhead, so I still
Damn,
did
chap,
that, and I
yes.
still excelled. So that's what I'm saying. Like
This
I
man,
don't.
yeah.
Fuck, I'm just
No,
saying. I did.
no, I know what you're saying. I like to look at it from both ways. That's all. Like as
I
much
do
as
look at it from
somebody
both
could
ways because
fail,
I was next to
somebody
niggas
could
that,
also. I don't
but I
think
just
people
was
put too
next to
much on
niggas that
institutions, but I think
complain.
people do be having, yeah,
I think
they little
niggas just
compliment, they little
complain, but
complaint
I think
moments.
it,
You're
but I
right.
think niggas complain more. Not saying that's what you doing, but I'm saying like for niggas I know I was side by side where we had the same opportunities. You didn't take them, and I did. You know what I'm saying? You could have took them, but you didn't. Sometimes niggas, the shit be there, but niggas
Rather
don't
your mama was
take them.
rich or rather your daddy
Or
was a
poor,
crackhead.
or
Right.
exactly. The shit still be is still you
Take
still can
advantage of
fuck
your
around it.
opportunity. Dion Sanders talk about that a
Yeah,
lot.
fuck.
Yeah, that's
It's
my
that
point
like
too.
that shit. Cause like I say, I do not. I'ma say this right. I wanted to play football, right? Me and my big brother wanted to play football, but we couldn't play at the same time. We were Monday day and a year apart. So we basically wore the same size every motherfucking thing. So if you buy one, it's like having twins. And you buy one for one, you gotta
I was
buy for
about
the
to
other one
say,
at
nigga,
the same
y'all
fucking
nigga
time.
damn near
Like,
like twins.
you see what I'm saying? So when you get the fucking, when you buy the cleats, you gotta buy 2 pair of cleats. When you buy the shoulder pads, you gotta buy 2 pair of shoulder pads. My paw straight came to us. We couldn't, we was gonna have to decide who was gonna play. The fuck is we supposed to do with that? You see what I'm saying? It's nothing we could have done with that to get that opportunity at that time, even go and get it from an institution or not, because even if you go play football or basketball for the schools and shit, you gotta have the money to pay for that shit. That's why I stopped playing basketball in elementary school, because that shit was high. Niggas needed shoes. That's when the G Nights had first came out. Niggas had to get shoes. We was getting warm-ups. We had to do all that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? And you can't do it
That's why
if
these
you ain't
dudes
got
go to them
the
schools, son.
like
That's why they go to
that shit high.
that's why they go to them institutions with the money that where everybody gonna pay for their shit because they know they good at something. See, when you good at something,
Oh
like you said,
no,
chat with the
they pay for the good people. They
you
not
getting a
paying for
damn near a free
everybody.
ride.
Yeah, but you
Oh,
gotta
you
be
getting a free
good.
ride if
Yeah,
you go.
you gotta be one of them
That's what I
niggas.
said. I started my sentence off
But
saying
the
that.
second string nigga got to pay. You see what I'm saying? That
But
nigga, mom and daddy gotta
no,
have
I
that
know,
money.
but look, but they have money though. That's my whole point
Well,
is
not all the
the
time. Not all the
institution
time.
have money to just splurge on you if you good. So that's just going back to what's the
No,
difference from public schools and private schools.
I'm
Private
saying
schools definitely
the
have way
mamas
more
on them
money.
teams. I be hearing them people complain. Any parent I ever knew paid for private school complain like a motherfucker. The shit is
Oh,
high
I ain't saying they
as
don't have
hell.
complaints, but yeah,
That shit
for a
high.
reason.
It's high, son. Like I said, at the end
And
of the
they
day,
pay for
sometimes
it.
you might be able to get somebody to get through, but these people pay for. I know poor people that pay for it. Like they
Yeah.
still
Because they
can't
want the best
afford
for
it,
their child
but
and
they
that
pay for
whole
that
little
shit.
scenario.
Yeah, but we know we didn't seen the St. Aug videos and stuff. We know the come on, son. Like that's all
It's
I
New
be
Orleans,
saying.
man.
Like, yeah,
St.
like come
Aug ain't even much the cream of
on,
the crop.
son. Jesuit
St.
and
Aug ain't even
what
the cream of the
Jesuit?
crop, but they gonna get the props because they got the history. So that's just
Hey,
how it go, bruh. Fauché not gonna get the same props as you going to St. Aug when you talk about a football program, tennis,
so if you
volleyball, or
talking about a
anything.
band,
That
yeah.
school gonna look a little different. So
Who should get their
that's all I'm
props when they
saying. Like
come to
it's
band? Like
but
I don't know,
St.
the band
Aug
community,
trumps everything, though, son. St.
they
Aug
don't.
trump
Well,
everything.
they do. I know what
Okay,
you're saying. I do know what you're saying. You're not lying about that. They do.
put that shit
They
on your
do.
sheet. Put Fauché and put
But
St. Aug on your sheet. See
but
that?
I do know of some communities where niggas
No,
don't
I
let
get
that
it.
just because you went to St. Aug
They got
fly.
some
But I
cold
do know
niggas.
what you're saying.
That's
But
what
I
I'm
do
trying
know
to
what
tell
you're
you. Yeah,
saying. Yeah.
bruh, they got
You're right.
underdogs that come
You're
through
right.
and go against the grain. But I'm telling you,
Yeah.
that's just what they look at. It ain't even much nobody fault. Chop. Think
They
about
let
it.
them be
That's
set as
just
the
how they
standard.
got it.
Right.
Yes, that's just
Right.
it.
I feel
Like
you. I
that's
feel
why
you.
the sponsor. That's where the money come from and all that. So
Right.
I get it, but I wish it was different though. To be honest with you, Ron, I wish it was different. You trust me, you'll see way more talent, like they saw back in the G. A lot of the big talent was coming from HBCUs and schools they wasn't even fucking supposed to be looking at.
But see, this is
That's why
this is
these
my problem.
yeah.
Remember when we were
Other
sitting
white schools
down and
started
we
looking
was
at niggas. Oh, you gotta come here now to
but
go
this but this is
get a bell.
my problem. We was just watching the thing we was talking about the budget and we seen what monies went to who. What St. Aug need
That's
money
fact.
for?
Hey, bro, I'm on Xavier too. I ain't gonna lie, boy. It's a lot of.
Then them bitches be getting the biggest
It's a
bulk
lot
of
of.
it. They about to close Tulane. I mean,
Bruh,
you ain't know and make
bruh,
that
it's a lot.
motherfucker LSU campus. LSU
I
buying
seen
that
that, yeah.
motherfucking thing.
If I wasn't mistaken, wasn't
Corporation of
UNO
LSU.
or
Uh-oh.
Private school, private
family
tiers,
ran
nigga.
school?
That's the privateers. That's their motherfucking goddamn mascot.
So the
I'm just saying,
privateers
cause
Yeah,
done
look,
got bought
and
out.
lost
me
a
and
lot of
no, and
money.
I ain't gonna lie. Look, and I speak so hard
It's
on
not
that
a
shit too
private school, but
because
I
I
know what
just
you
hate
I know what you're saying.
how I fucking with him. I hate how people. I just hate how the private school people behave. Like they get. I like to punch them in the mouth with success because they think because they went somewhere or they got these books and we didn't
This is yeah.
that they better than a nigga and all that type of man. No, you dummy. You still got to come to me to learn
They
street smarts after you done learned all
bro,
that shit over there.
they chemistry labs different, chap. They got real frogs and Bunsen
Yeah.
burners and
All right. Wait, what you say about the bypass?
the
Yeah, we ain't gonna open no
the
bypass no
motherfuckers got
car.
that shit,
Let that shit
Jeremy.
get to like
The
26.
motherfuckers be dissecting cats in they motherfucking lab. That's little baby pigs and shit, man.
Okay.
You know, like I say, with that funding shit, it be something different though.
Yeah, son, cause you know why, dog?
Man,
I ain't
it's
gonna
a
tell you
great
no
segment. It's a
lie.
good shit to talk about though,
Huh?
fella.
No, I'm on the pile. No,
No, I was just
I know
saying
one
it's
thing. No, I was talking to Stussy. But I watched a nigga do something with his heart with no funding, if that makes sense. You see what I'm saying?
nah,
Versus a
speak
nigga
on
that's
that.
just
Yeah.
going versus a nigga that's just gonna throw some money at it because we got the money. You heard me? Like having that money don't change. Like you gotta have the integrity to
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 do
really
with it.
still to really do what you're supposed to
And
do
have
with
that
it.
hard mind.
Cause you
Yeah,
could
and
get
have that
it.
hard mind for like you
That's
saying.
just like we was talking about Talladega band director at one point in time. Now the dude from New Orleans or whatever, so everybody know dude, but he was the band director over there. So the dance team captain for my daughter used to dance for, she marched for Talladega. So she calling home telling us all these stories about how the dude taking the money and he not giving the money to the dancers so the dancers could wash uniforms and got the dancers out there wearing stuff without stuff under their clothes, so it's like
The
they
fuck?
stuff showing and all type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like just doing foul ass shit based on what the telling us.
Child volume and up. Volume went out right quick, people.
I'm glad this conversation sparked good old Chop Tracks into his usual talkative self.
You want to chime in on anything, bro, while he getting his audio together? Because we could close it out in a minute, bro.
Yeah, man. Like I think we touched on something tonight that definitely should catch a lot of attention across the board, because they opening up land banks in all kind of places. Like I think New Orleans got a land bank down here. But I think the state have a land bank too. Like you could go to a state land bank and find property down this bit for like $1,000. And the houses down here, they really don't be in that bad a shape that you can't, you gotta spend an arm and a leg to revamp the bitches. Just probably put a little sheetrock in that bitch, get your electrical up. And 9 times out of 10, a lot of people don't know. You just get a a real good electrician to come through that bitch. They gonna test out that shit, man. A lot of them fucking wives that still be in them houses, bro, be still good. Been done feed you like a little grain right quick, buy you a little piece of property and fix that bitch up. But I think down here, you probably gonna pay a little bit more, especially if you buying it from the city, because the city the one who really take it. It ain't going no land bank. Nah, the city got it.
That's what they doing though.
You,
Like the man said, they pay that little tax on it, P, and then they
yeah,
raise the
pay whatever
property tax
taxes
to two
owed on
hundred
it.
and fifty thousand. Yeah,
Yeah,
some of them
but
are actually,
that ain't that high
rebuilding
though,
on them
bro.
and just put no. They able to do that. That's what they trying to tell you. That's how it go, P. Look, you're buying the land tax on the motherfucker. So whatever you do to it is the money you get off it, or you just gonna be paying taxes on it every time your tax come in, right? So the best
Yeah.
thing for you to do with the land, if you're gonna buy
Oh,
it,
just buy it and flip it. Yeah.
is to get somebody to stay in that motherfucker, build a house on it, build some type of property on it where you could get the money back to actually pay for it. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? That's it's basically left up to you to do that. There's nothing else you could really do to that unless you want to keep it for yourself or whatever. And then, but you still would have to afford, all the shit that come with it. So
Right. The maintenance,
that's why people do that to
upkeep.
get the loan from the bank. Yep, to get the loan from the bank to build the house, and then you get the money to pay them, and you know you go from there basically. Getting the rent from the
Mm-hmm.
people or whatever. That's why a lot of people is doing the duplex thing too, because they noticing they getting
A
double for
hell of
their
a
buck
lot.
with a
You
lot
get
of
a
these houses,
you get
especially down here in New
a
Orleans.
duplex or what is shit
They
says a
create them bitches.
multi-family unit. Rent them bitches off for like 1,300 a pop. Ain't no way you gonna tell me you ain't gonna make back the money you borrowed from the bank to pay them bitches back out within 3 years. Might not
But
even
that's
be
how
that much.
credit.
I might be
Yeah,
giving you
that's how
too
the
much of a
credit go.
grace
They'll
period.
keep. Yeah, they'll keep doing it. Yeah, they'll keep doing it. But you could
But
put
yeah,
on other
man.
houses.
But I do want to say this though. I don't know if Chop gonna make it back in or not. But we are approaching that timeline, and eyelids are getting heavy, and nap time is upon us. Or
I
well
know you was.
upon me.
Well, I know you was about to say that. You ain't gotta tell nobody you sleepy. No, you don't. Nobody don't
Shit.
care that you're sleepy, bro. Just end the
Fuck,
show
it's better than
how
me
you want to
falling
end the
asleep
show.
on y'all and not saying nothing at all. Fuck,
That's your
that's
next
just
option.
rude.
Okay. Instead of ending the show, you're just gonna fall asleep. Okay.
But definitely, man. So like, looking at what we looking at tonight, man, and seeing how a lot of this shit is unfolding out there in Detroit. This could possibly be something that's happening all across the board if you're not cautious, right? If you really not,
Mm-hmm.
if you're not cautious enough to
Check out for the
check,
update, y'all.
keep y'all paperwork in check, keep copies of everything that's done digitally. Like if you making bids for something online, screenshot that shit if they say you won the bid and stuff like that. But when it comes down to it, that paperwork, that black and white, ain't no such thing as them saying, "Oh well, yeah, we sent you the paperwork," because you see how they played the game with your boy out there in Detroit. They sent his mail to a whole PO box. He don't even use no more. And then turned around and still was trying to take us that all but
Boy, this shit stupid as fuck.
essentially took one of his properties.
They still
We can
can't
hear
hear
you
me.
now,
But
y'all.
oh, I know you fucking lying to me.
You just got on.
What the hell
You
is?
in the middle of P dash
Closing
drop
out.
out.
Man, I tried, but
It's all
Nah, you good, bro. We already was seeing what everything was going on, right? You been you been shut down on us.
Yeah, I
You
tried,
got
but I
most
don't.
of your point out though. No, you got most of your
Yeah,
point
I
out though.
did.
It didn't
Definitely
happen.
did.
Yeah, it didn't happen to like the last, I'm gonna say 2 minutes.
Dang.
So yeah,
All
bro.
right. Yeah,
You
I'm
right
done.
on
I ain't
time for
had no.
final, yeah, for final
My
argument though,
final
bro.
thoughts is, well, Pete, I gotta finish first, huh? What the hell?
Yeah. You could just write it. You could just write it after here because I'm good. I'm gonna let y'all close this one out.
Go ahead,
This was
Peter.
a good one, fellas. I appreciate y'all though. Shout out to the people in the chat.
Come on, Peter. You gotta say something now. Come on, dresser. Oh man. Well, since Peter not gonna say nothing, I think that niggas should buy all the communities they could buy together. Get their community
I
money
think
together,
this
get their
nigga's
shit up.
rude part.
Huh?
He just rude right about now.
You ain't fucking
How?
said nothing. I fucking waited.
Nigga, I
Shit.
We
was
did
talking.
ask you.
Don't forget your internet tripping.
You was on mute. Urine is too then, sir. 'Cause
Exactly, because we
Oh
ain't hear
fuck.
shit you said. Exactly.
I was
Dresser.
talking my ass
muted.
off. I was
Nah,
talking
player.
my ass
Nah.
off.
Yeah,
Nah.
yeah,
We had none of that shit
yeah.
tonight.
Ain't heard none
All
of that
right, so
shit.
look. This the biggest thing. The takeaway is right here. Keep an eye on your paperwork. Make sure ain't no fraudulent shit going on when you buying shit from a land bank. Keep copies of anything done digitally, and whether you got to screenshot that shit or take a picture off your phone or your computer screen, whatever you gotta do. Cause it sounds like some fraudulent shit going on up there in Detroit with this land bank shit.
Keep your eyes on
People,
your enemies.
yeah, keep your eyes on everything up there. Fuck.
Oh, my bad,
Not
Pete. I
just
ain't mean to stop you, bro. Don't worry about me, bro.
yeah,
I'm just
keep your
ad
eyes
libbing,
on.
bro. Just keep talking.
You got to keep your eyes on everything up there, motherfucker. Because fucking contractors coming up talking about, hey, what y'all doing at this house? This the man house. You know, paid for, won the bid and everything. So yeah, that's one of the other. That's one thing right there. For the end of the news stuff, man, y'all saw what we presented. And I'm gonna tell you that shit just fucking gruesome. Ain't no fucking way you supposed to be coaching no soccer team at no school when you got open investigation charges on you. Which I hate to say this, y'all. The only reason they did not catch that is because it wasn't a conviction. That's the only thing about that. It was an open investigation. So they can't basically say, "Oh well, we're not gonna hire you because you have an open investigation." Or they can't do that. Now, if you had a conviction, sir, we gotta deny your request.
Discrimination loophole. I got you. Ain't that the
So,
bitch?
and the with my in other news, man, that police officer, I'm sorry, I understand it was a violent arrest. But there's no need to perpetuate more violence on a person that's already being handcuffed, laying on the ground, and don't even look like they was fucking moving anything. So I'm
Yeah,
just
that's
saying.
that's I'm mad I didn't catch you or you ran and I couldn't hit you type shit.
Yeah, that's what that looked like. And the people in the media say, "Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
this
third
was
that
a
motion.
violent arrest." The violence was committed against the person that was being arrested. But we don't know what the motherfucker who was being arrested did. He could probably told that cop, "Man, fuck you. I'm not doing nothing you talking about, man. Shit, you ain't got the right to stop me like that." And that man slammed his ass on the ground and stomped him out.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that being said, that's my final shot.
Yeah, man. I second that shit. P. Dot said, make sure you go through your paperwork when you buying shit, especially houses and land and stuff like that, because that's how they try to get you. They gonna try to disguise that shit in that paperwork some kind of way to
They're
make
getting
you
you into a treaty.
shut up. They gonna get you in that paperwork and fucking confuse the fuck out you. Been had your stupid ass doing some dumb shit You not paying attention, trusting them fucking people. No, they don't want to sell to your ass any fucking way. But outside of that, buy back the neighborhood, bro. Stuff is going on. They scaring people into making them think that they can't buy houses right now. But
That's right.
the houses is going down. So by the time the Democrats get back in office, it's gonna be like, oh shit, people should buy houses and shit should gonna be going up because people gonna be buying houses then because they're gonna be dirt fucking cheap. And they ain't gonna have no choice but the bottom motherfuckers is gonna go up, and whoever the president is, they're gonna say, "Yeah, he helped get the housing market back together." Nah, nigga, that fucking market crashing. That's what helped that fucking shit get back regular. Cause nigga ain't trying to put their money in here, so that's making the value of shit down here go down. I'm not gonna do no more talking. That's it. That's it. Not doing no more
Can I
talking.
play two?
So
Can I play
y'all,
two things that we might feel about this whole situation, y'all? Can I just play two things before I leave? Before we leave, P, and I'm gonna leave you alone, bro.
yes, clear away, clear away.
I don't have to go to Harvard to know what you're doing. You know what I'm trying to say to you, man? Do you? Yes, you do. Well, then shut the fuck up. You don't tell me how people react to me. I know what people are doing no matter what they say. Because I read minds, you dig? I don't take no shit off of you. You lying through your fucking teeth. I know it, you know it, and this fucking hoe know it.
Come on, leave him alone.
Yeah? Yeah?
That other day on Instagram, she said, well, you cursing, you have a limited vocabulary. I said, I'd rather have a limited vocabulary than have a limited understanding and be programmed by any damn body. Now what? She ain't had nothing else to say. You tell me something, I'm going to tell you something back. And one thing about Pastor Mike, I have a smart ass mouth. I don't just have a smart mouth. I have a smart ass mouth. So if you tell me something, I'm not that Christian. I'm not about to turn the other cheek. No. No. You tell me something, I'm going to tell your ass something back. And guess what? I'm going to tell you something to hurt your feelings. I won't hurt your feelings. I won't break you. I won't bust your heart wide open. Why? You play with me? I'm going to play with you. God used evil to deal with evil. So run your evil ass out there and I'm going to deal with your evil ass in the most evil way I could think of. And that's how God works. God used evil.
And that's how God works. Well,
God
folks,
damn it!
we
I love
appreciate
listening to my elders sometimes.
You better.
DD504, that gamer 64,
Praise CD504.
gaming pro
No
64.
receipt.
I'm sorry, DD504 once again.
Shout out to y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Nola Factory receipts. Thank you, Grace. Baby, you gotta start getting in a little earlier, my love. We be on from 8 to 8:30. I know you might be at
Yeah,
work,
you gotta
popping in
go
on
back
your
and
lunch break
watch
and
the.
stuff. But yeah,
Hey man,
you gotta go
gotta
back and
go back
watch
and
this.
watch the other
This
news.
ooh woo. Yeah, but so
That
once
Gaming
again,
Pro
folks.
65. Shout out.
What? You have somebody else dropping here?
Yeah, that's the same person you was trying to say earlier, but you were saying it wrong.
Yeah, I sure was. That Gaming Pro 64, gaming gamer something.
65.
65, 64. Fuck, my eyes crossed right now. Leave me alone.
That's his
But
dyslexia, yo, and he's sleepy.
Fucking head alone.
He's a dyslexic, sleepy
this
motherfucker.
is for sure one of the best episodes yet, y'all. We gonna keep trying to bring them hot ones to you.
You could claim that.
If I find any more updates on this one, definitely we'll probably pop back up with an update to keep y'all posted. I might run a little something on it tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, Sunday. Sunday, because they still got a lot that's going
Sunday
on.
convo.
The Detroit Land Bank, like they got a lot of shit going on with them. lady from Home and Garden TV suing these people because they saying
Yeah,
shit.
he's not the only one. Basically, that what you're saying, P. He's not the only one that's getting this type of
It's
attention
bro, they
from
got
these.
voodoo
So
shit up there in Detroit going
yeah,
on right now,
just for the
man. So
people,
The land
that
grab,
don't know that
the
he's not
water
the only
friction.
one that's going through this type of shit. Like it's other cases that the city has been doing this to. So just the
yeah,
just for the people who don't know what you're talking about with that situation, because it would seem like he's the one going through it, and like he's not doing his proper paperwork and all that. When we didn't saw this man
nah,
have vanilla
stacks of this
folders
fucking people
full of shit,
full of paperwork.
all
That's
his land,
yeah, I
So
don't do it. Look,
yeah,
and
go back and
and
watch, people. The man showed all his paperwork and everything. P. Dot showed that earlier, people. So definitely.
so yeah, so y'all definitely just be ready for the Sunday convo, man. Because I'm probably going, like I said, I'm probably gonna have a little follow up on this.
We can
Probably
mash
have
up,
something
bro.
else to
Don't
talk
put too much
about.
pressure on yourself.
But I'm definitely, man, gonna holler at y'all good folks later. It's been a good one, man. I'm glad it popped up on me. Um, I thank my brothers for their patience with me with getting everything set up.
Ah, man, you
Uh,
good.
I am P dot on the spot. I wanna I gotta do my other thing. Tell somebody, tell somebody, tell somebody, like, subscribe, and share. Get them comments coming to us, people. We need
Yeah,
that. We
yeah,
love
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
Mike's still working.
so now that I got that out the way, I'm your host of the evening, P dot on the spot.
Sunshine 17, go son.
Top tracks in the building.
And we out this
And
bad
we
boy.
out this motherfucker.
Y'all have a good night. Adios, amigos.
Shalom, fellas. Appreciate y'all.